Side of the street?
North side. We're directly across the street from the Folger Shakespeare.
Check. Check.
We have like triple the national average of people who masters and PhDs. The national average is like 13%. 40% of our congregation is people advanced degrees. So they're very nerdy, and now they're very worried because a lot of them work in government or did work in government. Say that again, Beaver. And I find myself trying to tell them, look, don't swing at these pitches.
That's very loud and distorted.
I'm not even hearing it.
He's trying. It's getting up there. They're hearing it. They're hearing it up in the control.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's loud. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Democrat.
We were going to use it as Q&A mic. Oh, he's here at the PA. 1, 2, check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check.
In terms of impact.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Sermons on YouTube.
Never mind.
questions.
What is the point of a press conference if there's no questions?
Give you great information.
No, you guys have got to stop it. There's other attorneys general that answered questions.
Okay,
Merrick
end of story, no
Garland answered
questions.
Eric Holder answered
Thank you.
questions. Jeff Sessions answered questions.
So did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Oh, I know. They gave me.
I thought it was bad enough.
Oh, was it fair?
I have a few. I know. What is it, R1? They gave me brand new R1. I couldn't even afford that.
2 minutes. 2
I'm
minutes.
blowing up their phone. And I'm going to go to mom and dad. I'm going to yell questions.
Yeah.
You're on vacation? When you're taking your luggage with you?
That's great.
I'll have to roll that case now. This won't take a long for. I'm sorry. What can I do to help you? Your help.
Gotta get the new.
The new what?
So new to two.
Is that the new one?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's old.
So it doesn't distract.
Oh, I see. It doesn't.
It's
It doesn't
internal.
that's-
It's an internal thing.
why is it so beat up
Where are the
already?
holes?
I don't know.
Working hard.
Where are the holes?
I know. I have to
gold.
return this too. So
Yeah, what's going on with
Where
that?
are the holes?
I don't really know what these are for. But
Well,
it came like that.
What?
All the
What?
new canon ones that the Getty King got also came like this, and they were all wondering what it was.
Oh, you know what that's for? That's just, that's going to cinematic purpose. You step the contacts.
Cover it with his power.
Yeah, we need to soak this hole so we get water.
It's a.
Wherever you want.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah. There you go.
They're coming out of there.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. We have a busy day here at the Department of Justice, as I'm sure a lot of you have seen already. Today, we are proud to announce the results of the FBI's Operation Restore Justice initiative. This historic, unprecedented nationwide operation led to the arrest of 205 child sex predators. Unbelievable. In just 5 days. This was an incredible operation done in conjunction with the FBI and our prosecutors. Children and their families now have a chance to heal. These are online predators. Think about this. 115 victims, children. In 5 days, we were able to help. This kind of work takes a toll on the FBI agents and the prosecutors who are doing this every single day. They are working tirelessly online, dealing with the dregs of our society, the worst of the worst, the people that hide behind a computer and target our young children every single day. Our law enforcement, our prosecutors sit there and deal with this every day to get these monsters off the street. Director Patel and I, almost daily in our meetings, talk about these cases and what it does to our officers and our prosecutors, but also how many lives are being saved and how many children are being helped by this. Director Patel is going to get into the specific cases with you in a minute, but what I will tell you is these depraved human beings, if convicted, will face the maximum penalty in prison, some life. We will find you, we will arrest you, and we will charge you. If you are online targeting a child, you will not escape us. The FBI and the Department of Justice will come after you, and we will prosecute you. Parents, you have to know this is so serious. Your child has no right to privacy on the internet. None. You have to monitor what your kids are doing, whether they're playing games on the internet, on social media, any other websites that children, teenagers frequent, an online predator can find them. I always say it's from instant message to instant nightmare. Parents, they're talking to your kids like they're other children, and they're not. They're predators. They pose as children. They get them sometimes to post explicit pictures of themselves after they talk to them. And then in some cases, they even try to blackmail the children. The suicide rate among teens ages 14 to 17 has increased as a result of this as well, because teens are taken advantage of and they're manipulated online by child predators. So all of you being here today and covering this is so important, because parents need to know. You've got to talk to your kids. They think they're talking to other children, but most of the time they're not. Director Patel, thank you.
First and foremost, to the Department of Justice under General Bondi's leadership and all its components, because of your courage, we are here today protecting our most vulnerable, our children. Thank you, General Bondi. Thank you to so many of your colleagues here today that do this work tirelessly day in and day out and never get a moment's thanks. We should acknowledge all of them today. As the FBI director, I'm humbled to lead some of the bravest men and women in law enforcement, and I want to thank our 55 field offices, our 90-plus United States Attorney's offices, our CIOS section, our CRIM division here at the Department of Justice, and our field offices throughout the country with lawyers and prosecutors and agents working tirelessly on some of the harshest criminality we've ever seen. They don't take breaks because our children deserve a free and open society. I also want to just take a moment to emphasize the priority of this Department of Justice and this FBI. Our children. If you harm our children, you will be given no sanctuary. There is no place we will not come to hunt you down. There is no place we will not look for you. And there is no cage we will not put you in should you do harm to our children. The prioritization of this administration and General Bondi has made it abundantly clear to child predators: you will be hunted down and you will be prosecuted. And that is a refreshing thing to hear for the men and women who do this work tirelessly. And it's also an acknowledgement of the safety that we look forward to bringing America. As the Attorney General mentioned, there are a couple of cases worth highlighting. People in places of public trust have violated not only the law, but that public trust, to include teachers, law enforcement personnel, and other professionals that we look to safeguard our children, have not only violated the law, but violated the trust. In Minneapolis, defendant Jeremy Francis Plonsky, a Minneapolis state trooper and former Army reservist, was arrested for producing child sexual abuse material while in uniform. Not anymore. In Norfolk, Virginia, defendant Jose Alexis Valdez Sosa, an illegal immigrant from Mexico, again, allegedly arrested for transporting a minor across state lines. No more. Another example, right here in Washington, D.C., in the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Linwood Barnhill, a former already convicted sex offender, was arrested again for exploiting more victims, more children, while on supervised release. These are just 3 examples that show you the extent and the depravity of these horrific crimes. And we need to team up together with the American public to find the rest. I want to give a special thanks to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for the tireless work they do in partnering with us. And again, I want to thank the Department of Justice and all these folks here. And Pam, thank you for never wavering to defend our children.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Patel. And this ranges from, we have cases from California to New York to Florida, our entire country. And just in 1 week, again, 115 victims. Victims we have. 205 offenders have been charged in 1 week, thanks to the FBI. So think what's happening throughout this country. Children are being taken advantage of, and we have to stop it. Thank you for covering this very important topic today. Thank you.
Will you guys take a few questions? This is a really important topic. It's a press conference.
No, thank you.
Come on, guys. It's a press conference. Press conference, you bring us here, you answer a few questions, even on topic. Guys, it's different getting it from the two nation's 2 top law enforcement officials on an issue like this. If this is a priority, they should take questions.
Took questions at the White House this morning, and she took questions at a press conference yesterday.
Like, these are our reporters.
Yesterday. Okay. Like I said, you can send us your follow-ups.
Oh, we're going to do this slowly. Sure, if you want to.
Extra omnes, let everyone go out. Basically expelling everybody who's not taking part in the actual election from the Sistine Chapel. The doors are then closed for the first time. The Master of Pontifical Liturgical Celebrations remains inside, along with Cardinal Cantalamessa, of course, who's taking part in the conclave, but has also been chosen to give the meditation. That is in accordance with the norms of the Apostolic Constitution Universi Dominici Gregis. You'll hear that title quite a bit. That is the document that guides every step of the conclave, and in fact the whole period of interregnum between the death or resignation of a pope and the election of a new pope. The Apostolic Constitution prescribes that the meditation should reflect on the very grave duty of electing a new pope, of the necessity of going into that election and making the choice with the right intentions, and of considering only the will of God, the judgment of God, and the needs of Holy Mother Church. The cardinals are called to be concerned solely with the good of the universal Church.
Sigme Deus adiuvet et sancta Evangelii Dei, quem anima tango.
Et ego Albertus Cardinalis Paterbendigedon spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Reinhardus Cardinalis Marx spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego João Brás Cardinalis Diavis, spondeo foveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et eco sancta Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Thomas Cardinalis Collins, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Willem Jacobus Cardinalis Eijk, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelie quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Joseph Cardinalis Betori, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Timothy Cardinalis Dolan, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Rainer Maria Cardinalis Wölki, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae muna mea tango.
Et ego Jacobis Cardinalis Harvey, spondeo roveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia de manu mea tango.
Et ego Basilius Cardinalis Clemis, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Gerardus Ludovicus Cardinalis Müller, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hec sancta Dei Evangelia quae manu mea tango. Et ego Vincent Cardinalis Nicholas Spondeo Foveo ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu meo tango.
Et ego Leopoldo José Cardinalis, Brenes Solórzano, Spondeo, Bovio et Seguro, sic me Deus adjuvet et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Gérald Cyprien, Cardinalis Lacroix, Spondeo, Boveo, ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
And as we see each of the cardinals coming up and taking the oath, as we mentioned at the beginning, there's quite a number of cardinals for countries that have never had a cardinal elector participate in a conclave. There are at least 15 countries that this is the first time that their country will be represented in the election of a pontiff. And those countries include Myanmar, Haiti, Central African Republic, Cape Verde, Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, Sweden, Luxembourg, East Timor, Singapore, Paraguay, South Sudan, Serbia and Mongolia, and Rwanda. And this is the most international in history, with representatives from 71 countries, making it a very international and wide-reaching representation of the universality of the Catholic Church.
Et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Philippus Cardinalis Vedraugo, Spondeo Voveo at Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Scibli Cardinalis Langlois, Spondeo Voveo ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Manuel Cardinalis Clement, Spondeo Voveo ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Brana Iesus Cardinalis Suraphel, Spondeo Voveo ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego John Cardinalis Jew, Spondeo Vovio ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvit et haec sancta Dei Evangelii, qui manu mea tango.
Et ergo Charles Cardinalis Bo, Spondeo Vovio ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et anca sancta Dei Evangelia, qui manu mea tango.
Et ego Francis Xavier Cardinalis Cringsacovit Vanis Spondeo Voveo ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvat, et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Franciscus Cardinalis Montenegro, Spondeo Voveo ac Euro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Daniel Cardinalis Sturla Veruet,
spondio bovio agiuro, sig me Deus adiuvet et ec sancta Dei evangelia que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Arlindo Cardinalis Gomes Furtado, spondio vovio ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ec sancta Dei evangelia que manu mea tango.
Et ecco soane partita cardinalis Maffi, sponteo voveo ec iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet ec haec santa Dei evangelia que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Dieudonné Cardinalis Nzapalainga, spondeo voveo ad iuro, sic meus Deus adjuvent, et ec sancta Dei evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Cardinal Osoro, spondeo ad iuro, si me Deus adjuvet et sancta Dei evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Sergio Cardinalis da Rocha, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ec sancta Dei evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego Blasius Cardinalis Supich, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et hic sancta Dei evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego Joseph de Cardinalis de Jesus spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego Carlos Cardinalis Aguiarretes, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta evangelia, que manu mea tango.
And perhaps a brief curiosity in this process, as each cardinal swears to uphold this oath, and each one has to do it individually because each one is personally responsible for his promise. Some of the cardinals have given their first name in Latin, some of them give it in their native language, and their last names are all the last names as they would say them in normal life. And when we have the announcement of the new Pope, hopefully guided by the Holy Spirit very soon, the announcement will be made in a similar fashion where they will read the formula for the announcement of a new Roman pontiff. The first name will be read in Latin, followed by their title, and concluding with their last name in everyday language. And so those who are watching on the night of the election after the white smoke comes out, there will be lots of people with lists of first names of cardinals in Latin so that they can determine immediately which of the cardinals will have been chosen as the new supreme pontiff. There is no such time limit for a conclave. The cardinals are expected to have a vote immediately this evening. Each cardinal writes out the vote on a paper ballot, disguising their handwriting so that we can preserve anonymity as much as possible. And for the election of a new pope, a full 2/3 of the voting cardinals need to make their choice for the same person. And as I mentioned, there should be a vote this evening. We will have coverage beginning at 6 p.m. Rome time in anticipation of the results of that first vote, which will be signaled with burning of the ballots and the black or white smoke coming from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel. All of that happens behind closed doors. If there is no, if a pope is not elected this evening, the conclave concludes for the day, and we'll pick up again tomorrow morning with Mass and prayer. And each day, each subsequent day, there are 2 votes in the morning if necessary, and 2 votes in the afternoon if necessary. If no pope is elected, the black smoke comes out after the second vote. If pope is elected, of course, the white smoke will come over after whichever vote it happens at. After several rounds of voting, if it takes that long, there is provision in the Apostolic Constitution for a period for a break where the cardinals will not vote, and then they will pick up after a day of reflection and prayer. They'll pick up again the following day and continue again in groups of successive votes with certain periods programmed in where if there is a longer conclave, they will have various points at which they'll be able to take a break and reflect and pray. It's been a very long time since we've had conclave go more than a few days. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the longest conclave lasted only 7 votes in 1903 and took place over the course of 5 days. The voting schedule was not the same as it is now. So we will be taking a break after the Extra Omnis and the closing of the doors of the Sistine Chapel, and then we will resume our live broadcast this evening at 6 p.m. Rome time, and we'll be giving coverage of the conclave leading up to the expected first smoke signal, as it were, announcing the outcome of this evening's ballot for the papacy.
Et ego Alvaro Cardinalis Ramazzini espondeo voveo adjuro.
And we're currently in the midst of the Cardinals of the Order of Presbyters, which will be followed by the Order of Deacons. Once again, each Cardinal makes the oath in his own name, taking personal responsibility for his promise and his commitment to maintain the secrecy of the conclave, to faithfully carry out the Petrine ministry if elected, and a solemn oath to affirm and defend boldly the spiritual and temporal rights, the religious and secular rights, as well as the freedom of the Holy See. The oath also speaks about the necessity of faithfully and scrupulously observing all of the prescriptions that the popes have laid out for the conduct of the conclave, and we can be assured the whole apparatus and procedure of the conclave is designed to ensure that there can be no doubt about the valid election of the next pope. And we know that these cardinals all take very seriously this very religious commitment to elect a new Bishop of Rome.
Spondeo voveo acuro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Augustus Paulus, Cardinalis lo Iudice, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Ioannes Marcus, Cardinalis Avelin, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Peter e bere Cardinalis Abaleke, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu Deo tango.
Et ego, Leonardus Udalricus Cardinalis Steiner, spondio vovio ac abiuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Philippus Neri, Cardinalis Ferrau, spondeo vovio ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Robertus Cardinalis McElroy, spondio vovio ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et haec sancta Dei Evangelii, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego, Virgilius Cardinalis do Carmo da Silva, spondeo voveo ad iuro, sic me Deus audivet, et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego, Anscarius Cardinalis Cantoni, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Pula Cardinalis Anthony, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ac sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Paulus Caesar Cardinalis Costa, spondeo voveo at iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, William Cardinalis Go, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ac sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Adalbertus Cardinalis Martinez Flores, spondeo voveo ad iuro, sic me Deus adiuve et sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Georgius Cardinalis Marengo, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Petrus Baptista Cardinalis Pizzaballa, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Stephen Cardinalis Brislin, spondio vovio ad iugoro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et haec sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego, Angelus Sixtus Cardinalis Rossi, spondio voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manum mea tango.
Et ego,
Aloisio Joseph Cardinalis Rueda Aparicio, spondeo boveo agiuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ex Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Gregorius Cardinalis Risch, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et hec Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Mula Stephen Cardinalis Stephen Martin Mula, spendo vevo aciura, sic me Deu advent ad hac Sancta Dei Evangelia, qui mani mea tango.
Et ego Cardinalis Covocano, spondeo boveo adiuro, sic me Deu adiuvet et ec Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Protasius Cardinalis Rugambua, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et hec Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Sebastian Cardinalis Francis, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et hec Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Stephen Cardinalis Chao, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adivove et ac Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Franciscus Saverius Cardinalis Bustillo, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ex Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Americum Cardinalis Aguiar, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ec Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Carlos Cardinalis Castillo, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ex Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Vicente Cardinalis Bocalis, spondeo boveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et hec Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Luis Gerardo Cardinalis Cabrera, spondeo boveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adiuvet et ex Sancta Dei Evangelia, quae manu mea tango.
And as we mentioned before, the conclave is when the cardinals are locked in the Sistine Chapel, and that comes from the Latin phrase conclave, literally means with a key. And this stemmed from the time when, during the conclave in 1268 in Viterbo, because the papal see had to be moved from Rome due to the overwhelming violence that was taking place in the Eternal City. So the papal see was moved to a small town, Viterbo, right outside of Rome, and it was the longest conclave in history, lasting just about 3 years. And to encourage the cardinals who had taken so long, the citizens of Viterbo had locked the cardinals into the palace of the popes in Viterbo, and also kept them limited to bread and water to, again, encourage an election, a quicker election, but it still ended up taking until September of 1271, after about 3 years without a pontiff. And it was at that time that Pope Gregory X was elected. And it's from that time that we actually get the beginnings of the modern conclave process that we see today, which actually, the pontiff that was elected during that time, Gregory X, he published an apostolic constitution, Ubi Periculum, with more concrete rules on how the selection of a pope should be carried out. And that's the apostolic constitution that remains the basis of this modern-day process that we are seeing the beginning of now, with these cardinals taking the oath of secrecy.
Et ego Ioannes Paulus, cardinalis vesco, spondeo, vovevo, ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Dominicus Josephus cardinalis Mathieu, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Robertus cardinalis Repole, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Baldassare cardinalis Reina, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelii quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Franciscus cardinalis Leo, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Micola cardinalis Bicioc, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia quae manu mea tango.
Et ego Dominicus cardinalis Battaglia, spondeo voveo ac iuro, sic me Deus adjuvet et ex sancta Dei evangelia quae manu mea tango.
And now we move on to the order of deacons, including the Cardinal Camerlengo, who had responsibility for the property, the fiscal goods of the patrimony of St. Peter, and has an important role during the papal interregnum, the sede vacante. As we get closer to the last of the cardinals making their oath to faithfully adhere to the rules for the conclave, to fulfill the duties of the patriarch ministry if they are chosen as pope, and especially to preserve the secrecy that is involved with the election of the Roman pontiff. We will approach the point where we will hear the master of pontifical liturgical ceremonies proclaim the Latin phrase extra omnes, let everyone go out, calling all those who are not cardinal electors to leave the Sistine Chapel. The papal MC will remain within the Sistine Chapel briefly while Cardinal Cantalamessa gives the meditation to the cardinals, according to the Apostolic Constitution Universi Dominici Graecis. And At the conclusion of that meditation, with the papal ceremoniere, the papal master of ceremonies, guiding the ceremony, he will then leave the Sistine Chapel. He will ensure that all of the entrances to the Sistine Chapel are closed and secured. A guard is posted, and the cardinals will proceed with the first ballot according to the ceremony. After the papal MC leaves the Sistine Chapel, the cardinal dean, or the person acting on his behalf, having consulted the electors, will immediately invite them to consider any business that they feel must be urgently addressed. And in the absence of any urgent business, or after that has been concluded, the cardinal electors will proceed to the first vote, again according to all the procedures laid out in the Apostolic Constitution Universi Dominici Gregis. And the ceremony indicates finally that the first session of the conclave may be fittingly and appropriately closed by invoking the help of the Virgin Mother of God, Mary Most Holy, with the very ancient and traditional Marian prayer, the hymn Sub Tuum Presidium. We fly to thy protection, O Holy Mother of God. Despise not our petitions in our necessities, but deliver us always from all dangers, O glorious and blessed Virgin.
Ac ego, Emilius Paulus, Cardinalis Ceric, spondeo, voveo, ediu acuro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancte Dei Evangelia, que manu meo tango.
Et ego, Christophorus Cardinalis, Pierre, spondeo, voveo, acuro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, que manu mea tengo.
Et ego, Angelus Cardinalis Fernandez Artime, spondeo, boveo, ac juro. Sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Rolandus Cardinalis Makritskas, spondeo, voveo, ac juro. Sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancta Dei Evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Timotheus Cardinalis Radcliffe, spondeo, voveo, ac juro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ex sancte Dei Evangelii, que manu meo tango.
Et ego, Fabius Cardinalis Baggio, spondeo, voveo, ac juro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ec sancte Dei Evangelia, que manu mea tango.
Et ego, Georgium Cardinalis Cuvacad, spondeo, voveo, ac juro, sic me Deus adjuvet, et ec sancta Dei Evangelia, que manu mea tango.
And George Jacob Cardinal Kovacad, the final cardinal deacon, swears the oath. And we proceed to the closing of
Extra omnes.
We hear those words in Latin where it's means everyone out, signaling when all the non-essential people in the Sistine Chapel are invited to leave and the cardinals can begin their discussions.
So for those of you watching on television, There are a number of notaries who were there in their capacity to formally recognize the beginning of the conclave, and a number of other persons who are in attendance for various reasons. All of them are ordered out of the Sistine Chapel, and as soon as they leave, the doors will be closed, the meditation will be given, the papal MC will leave, and the solemn closing, locking, and guarding of the doors of the conclave will take place, followed by the first vote this evening. And with the exit from the Sistine Chapel, our live coverage of the Cardinals' entrance into conclave for the election of the 267th Pope draws to a close. We do invite you to visit our Vatican News website, Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube accounts for continuous coverage of the conclave. On behalf of Vatican Media, we'd like to thank our sound engineer Mario and our audio coordinators and all of our producers, as well as our media partners, EWTN TV, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World Television's Network USA, Luminous Radio, at Madarshan TV, Catholic TV, and Uganda Catholic Television, who help make this broadcast possible.
My name is Kelsey Gussie.
And I'm Christopher Wells. It's been our very great pleasure providing the English commentary and translation of the ceremony of the entrance into the conclave for you.
A very special thank you to all of you for joining us wherever you have been listening or watching. And don't forget to join Chris and our colleague Linda Bordoni again in just a few minutes at 6 p.m. local Rome time for the live commentary as we await the Cardinals' decision, and keep an eye out on the chimney on the Sistine Chapel for either black or white smoke later this evening.
Praise be Jesus Christ. Laudetur Jesus Christus.
Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praised be Jesus Christ. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us for this live broadcast as we await a possible white smoke signal coming out of the chimney of the Sistine Chapel. It's the first day of the Conclave, and I'm here in Vatican Radio studio together with my colleague Christopher Wells. Hello, Christopher.
Hello, Linda, and we've just concluded the ceremony for the closing of the conclave with the Cardinals. They began with a moment of prayer in the Pauline Chapel, just very close to the Sistine Chapel, and then went in solemn procession in hierarchical order into the chapel. They swore their oath of secrecy, their oath to fulfill the office of the Petrine ministry if they are elected, and to faithfully observe all of the norms for the election of the Roman pontiff. So just a few moments ago, we heard the Latin expression extra omnes, which it calls everyone to leave the Sistine Chapel except for the cardinal electors. And the cardinals are currently hearing a meditation on their duty, and we expect them to proceed to the first vote in the next half hour or so.
So yes, meanwhile we have two very prestigious guests with us here today. Thank you for joining us. Philippa Hitchen, former Vatican Radio journalist, currently communications officer for the Lutheran World Federation. She was actually the person who saw the white smoke for us on that 13th of March 2013 when Jorge Bergoglio was elected as Pope Francis. And we also have a historian, a church historian, Dr. Donald Prudlow. Did I say that right, Dr. Prudlow? Welcome and thank you. He will be filling us in with lots of details. Right now, I think the best thing to do would be go to the square, where we have Devon Watkins, who's sassing out the situation. He's been talking to some of the people in the square. Hello, Devon, can you hear us? Hello. Okay, so perhaps there are some issues with telephone lines because, as you know, the whole of the Vatican has been, I don't know what the right word is, but telecommunications have been under control here, so people may have issues in connecting. Can you hear me, Devin? No. Okay. We will try again. Meanwhile, Chris, what if we go into our first insert? As Chris was explaining, the Cardinals are currently in the Sistine Chapel. We've seen the extra omnes, everybody out. And we have here a program by Veronica Scaresbrick, who interviewed Monsignor Charlie Burns to tell us all about what actually happens from the moment the cardinals are brought into the chapel, and he's going to walk us through the process of voting, casting the ballots and burning them.
The idea of a smoke signal probably originated because a signal had to be given to the guard on the roof of the Castel Sant'Angelo to fire the cannon to announce to the city of Rome that the new pope was elected, and that way the populace could come over to the piazza. But I think the idea originated there in trying to send, a smoke signal to the chap on the top of Castel Sant'Angelo. Well, I mean, those days have passed. Those days have passed. Ringing the bells of St. Peter's is a very appropriate innovation. Before the conclave opens, shall we say, before it actually opens technically, there's a Mass of the Holy Spirit in St. Peter's. The Cardinals then go back for lunch, etc., but then return to the Vatican, go to the Pauline Chapel, get into order of precedence, and singing the Veni Creator, they process to the Sistine Chapel. When they're in the Sistine Chapel, the first thing is that the Cardinal Dean will administer the oath, and they swear individually that they will abide by the rules of the Constitution, the Papal Constitution. If they're going to have a ballot, if there's no other business to be discussed, and they agree, all right, we could get on with a ballot, okay, the ballot papers will be distributed by the assistants who are there. And things are made ready that way.
And then this extra omnes.
The Master of Ceremonies will say extra omnes, and everyone who's not involved in the actual election will have to go out, with the exception of himself and the preacher. A special preacher is appointed who will turn the thoughts of the cardinals to the matter that they're about to undertake and ask them to have nothing else except, Almighty God before them when they come in conscience to vote for a particular candidate. At that stage, the Master of Ceremonies and the preacher come out. The junior cardinal deacon closes the door behind them, and he then will either open or close that door according to the needs of the conclave.
So there really is a closing, physical closing.
Oh, there is a physical closing. In the past it was closed inside and outside. There used to be the guardian of the conclave, who would be Prince Chigi or somebody like that, with the Governor General of Vatican City. He had the obligation of seeing that outside was also closed and the inside was closed. That really appears unnecessary nowadays. Those were marvellous formalities with a lot of history behind them. But I think that from that point of view, the Pope wanted to streamline the conclave.
It's really extraordinary how in this media-conscious society, there's no way that the media can discover what's happening within the conclave. That hasn't changed at all.
That hasn't changed at all, and probably it's better that it shouldn't change, that the total confidentiality, the secrecy of the conclave should be maintained. What goes on inside the conclave, is nobody's business, shall we say. Only the cardinals know about it. And maybe that's the best way, that we don't see kind of partisan stands, people all going for this candidate or that candidate, someone possibly at the end scraping through with 2/3 majority or 2/3 plus one. Whoever emerges is the Pope. Each cardinal has his own desk in the Sistine Chapel, and normally they'll have 2 or 3 voting slips, rectangular pieces of paper with, in Latin, eligo, in summum pontificem, and then the name that you want. I elect as Supreme Pontiff Cardinals, or just, it doesn't even say Cardinal, just the name that you've to add. Now that's at the top half of the piece of paper, of the rectangular slip. You're only allowed, obviously, to put in 1 ballot paper. So once you've completed your ballot paper with the name written clearly, but if possibly in a kind of disguised form of handwriting, you then fold it rectangularly so that it's now a long thin slip of paper, and having done this, having completed the compilation of the ballots, the cardinals then proceed to deposit them in a special urn. They come in line of precedence, holding between their thumb and forefinger, holding so that it can be seen, the ballot paper which they have completed. Arriving at the chalice, they place the ballot paper on top of a paten and slip it that way. They don't put their hand into the urn, into the chalice. They slip this from the paten into the chalice, saying at the same time that they swear before God that this is the person whom they wish to elect as Pope. If someone, for instance, let's say has rheumatism and can't move from his place, that's taken care of. One of the scrutineers will go and will take his ballot paper, compiled but closed, and again holding it aloft, will bring it and deposit it in the chalice as all the others have done. If somebody or others are so sick that they can't leave their own quarters in the Domus Sancti Martyr, provision is made also for that. That's where the 3 infirmarians come into service. Now, at that stage, the first stage has taken place. The first of the scrutineers takes the great chalice and shakes it up so that all the ballot papers inside are all mixed up. He then empties it out onto the table, and at this stage the count begins. He takes a ballot paper, opens it, reads it, passes it only read to the second scrutineer, who reads the name, who passes it to the third, who reads the name and calls the name out aloud for all to hear, and then takes a needle and thread, and through the word eligo, through the word I elect, he passes the needle and thread through that word, and in that way the ballot papers will not be dispersed. It proceeds like that through all the ballot papers. Let's say that when they count the ballot papers at the beginning, that there's a discrepancy between the number of electors and the number of ballot papers, then immediately that's considered null. They've just got to start all over again. But let's presume that the right number is there and the right number of ballot papers are there, and they go through all that, announcing the name and taking the count. At the end of an inconclusive ballot, they will proceed to the second ballot, keeping on a side table all the original ballots from the first round. They'll go through the second ballot, and the same procedure, look at it, read it, announce it aloud, and thread it on to the other papers. And at the end of that, if it has still been an inconclusive ballot, they take all of these ballot papers, take them to the stove, push in some other material. It used to be straw or something like that. I think they use chemicals now, though, that will produce dense black smoke. The important thing is that if it's only the papers that are being burned, then the smoke is white. Now, that only occurs when there has been a conclusive ballot. When going through the whole thing, they've realised the ballot papers tally with the electors. We've now got a candidate who has achieved 2/3 majority. This is also checked by the tellers, by revisers. They make sure that there's been no mistake made. And at that stage, all right, we're back to the stage where the Dean asks the consent of the elected candidate.
And we never know anything about what happened in these conclaves?
No, strictly speaking, not. The reason being that the Camerlengo is supposed to collect, first of all, any other papers, any other notes that cardinals may have taken. They're supposed to hand them over, and they also are burned. Now, obviously, the scrutineers, they take a very careful note, a very careful record of how the voting has gone. It's not that we lose all record, but those records are then put into a special envelope and put in a very specially assigned archive, not open to consultation.
What happens then?
We've now got a candidate who has been canonically elected. The Cardinal Dean asks him, do you accept your canonical election? And if he accepts it, the Dean asks him, by what name do you wish to be called? What name, pontifical name, do you wish to assume? And the newly elected Pope announces the name that he would like, to be called by. And from that very moment, he is the Bishop of Rome. He is the Pope. He's the head of the College of Bishops.
And we were listening there to a programme produced by Veronica Scaresbrick, who was interviewing Monsignor Charles Burns. He was the ecclesiastical advisor to the British Embassy to the Holy See. He also served as a canon of St. Peter's Basilica, and he continues to be active in Rome, although he's retired from his role in the Vatican archives after 35 years.
And here with us in studio this evening, we have Dr. Donald Prudlow, my friend from very way back. Dr. Prudlow is the Warren Professor of Catholic Studies at the University of Tulsa in Oklahoma in the United States. Dr. Prudlow, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here on this historic occasion.
And you have your academic field is history, and especially medieval history. And maybe you could tell us, the popes haven't always been elected through this very elaborate process of the conclave. Maybe you could say a few words to start us off with the original process for choosing the Bishop of Rome.
It's a very old institution. We're electing the 267th successor of St. Peter. And for the first millennium, the election was largely done by the clergy of Rome. And in very early days by an accession of the people of Rome together. But as time went on, two problems arose around the year 1000. And that was how to provide representation for a church that was rapidly growing throughout Europe and then throughout the world for this very important position. And the second is how to free papal elections from secular domination, from the domination of kings and princes and emperors, and how to make it secure as a religious office.
And that's where we saw the rise of the position of cardinal, which is not a biblical position, it's an ecclesiastical position, and it developed out of the clergy of Rome and still has a connection to the clergy of Rome.
Absolutely. It's critical that the cardinals can trace their lines back to the early, particularly the parishes of Rome, the deaconries of Rome, and that allows them, so when we saw last Sunday all of the cardinals going out to their titular parishes where they're pastors of and saying Mass there and meeting the people in those parishes, technically they are the pastor of that, and as a pastor of the city of Rome, they are entitled by ancient right to elect the Bishop of Rome. But notice what that does is, let's say a bishop from England or a bishop from Germany, from France, the Pope particularly wants them as an advisor, wants to give Germany, France, Italy, Spain a say in the election. He will appoint them as an advisor, a title that came to be assigned with cardinals from cardines, the hinges of the Roman Church, the close associates of the Roman Church. And in this way, through the medieval process of representation was a very important principle in medieval Europe. The entire world has been given an opportunity, a say, in the election of the Roman Pontiff, which is itself such a position of worldwide import. And we saw cardinals today from all over the globe participating in that process.
In fact, that's something that was a particular focus for Pope Francis, who named a number of cardinals from countries that had never had a cardinal before and who now are participating in this conclave. Now, you mentioned, Don, that over the course of the centuries, and especially in what's sometimes known as the Dark Ages, there were problems with the papacy. There was influence from secular and other sources, and they started to begin the process of solidifying the election to ensure the absence of outside interference, also to ensure the spiritual import of the election. Can you talk to us a little bit about the development of the conclave as we know it now, the first conclaves, and how it developed into the current process?
Absolutely. Since Rome is, in a certain sense, the central hub of the wheel of the Church, it's an important position. We know that. We saw the worldwide representation at Pope Francis's funeral, and we see what a significant power that this office can hold. And so that makes it important, that makes it interesting for secular rulers to try to interfere in the selection in order to get a candidate that might be more friendly to their political or earthly interests. And so starting in the 11th century with the purification of the papacy after a dark period, as you say, the election was reserved to the cardinals. And then in the 13th century, after a particularly difficult conclave, in fact, a conclave that lasted almost 3 years in the beautiful city of Viterbo, that resulted in the eventual election of Gregory X, he decided that he was going to sequester the cardinals away, conclave, with a key, in a room, and keep them there until that they had reached their decision. And even this sometimes wasn't enough to get them to make up their minds. The city of Viterbo during that conclave actually put the cardinals on bread and water at one point, and even took the roof off the papal palace where they were meeting so they'd be exposed to the elements in order to, let us say, hasten a decision to get the church a pastor again. Gregory X issued a document called Ubi Periculum, which laid down many of the rules for the conclave that still applies today, described in the program we just heard and in the events that we just witnessed. Now, over the course of the years, that becomes solidified. Particularly, we start to see when the papacy returns to Rome after the Avignon period, the conclave becomes much more settled. It starts to be held in the papal palace, in the Vatican, in the Apostolic Palace. Sometimes it'll go back to St. John Lateran, but most of the time it starts to be held in 1492 in the Sistine Chapel, where it continues to be held to the present day. The last conclave that was outside the city of Rome was during the Napoleonic period in 1800. When all sorts of untoward things were happening around Europe, and so the papacy had to find a new way to make do.
Professor, you were just saying there that you noticed the cardinals from all over the world, and we think the whole world is watching us at this moment, not only Catholics. Don't you think so, Philippa, who we know is part of the Lutheran World Federation? You're here for the conclave. Your delegation will be here. What is your perspective on that?
Yes, thank you, Linda. It's good to be back in studio with you again, as we were back in 2013. And as you say, this historic election of a new pope is something that is of interest far beyond the Catholic world. You mentioned, of course, the great interest in the secular world, and I don't think we've ever seen quite so many journalists and media and people following the election and the funeral. They talk about this as the first election really of the social media era, and I think I'm absolutely amazed to see how many young people, my own children, people who have never really had that much interest in the intricate processes that you've been describing, what goes on behind those closed doors. Suddenly there is an explosion, a fascination for what goes on. I think the film Conclave, of course, has also had a lot to do with that. Everybody is now a little bit of an expert, having seen the film. I haven't seen the statistics myself, but I'm told that the numbers of downloads have skyrocketed since the death of Pope Francis. But coming back to your question, yes, I have always been particularly interested in the ecumenical aspects of these elections, having followed very closely the ecumenical scene under the pontificates of John Paul II, then Pope Benedict, and then, of course, Pope Francis. And yes, there is a very strong presence. At the funeral, there was some strong presence of ecumenical delegates attending the funeral in St. Peter's Square, and there will be again at the installation of the new Pope once we know who he is.
Right now we're watching images of the square, and we've just been seeing a lot of media out there with their cameras, and I think we have Devon on the line now. He is in the square. We go to him if the blockers are not working right now. Devon?
Hi, Linda. How are you?
There you are. Great.
I'm here.
Good.
Yes, it's really wonderful here. As you can see on the screen, the sun is going down behind St. Peter's Basilica, and the square is really filling up. It's not completely full yet. There's still space, if anybody's curious, but it's filling up, and there's kind of you get a sense of a calm curiosity. There's not a big excitement. It's really calm. Everybody is just waiting to see what's going to happen here in a little bit.
We know that Romans traditionally flock to the square once they see the white smoke. I don't want to make any previsioni, as we say here in Rome, forecasts. We're not really expecting white smoke in this first session, but you never know. People are there to wait for the smoke. I understand you also spoke to a few of the people in the square, and we will be playing some of those clips in a while. Meanwhile, anything relevant that they have been telling you that you think might be interesting?
Yes, what I would say is that this is kind of what I feel here is kind of a cross-section of society and the church as a whole. There are people from around the world. I just spoke to a deacon who's studying at the Gregorian from Tanzania. There was a couple of young ladies who live here in Italy, that they live in southern Italy. They've come up for the conclave, make sure that their trains coincided with their visit to Rome and with the conclave. And so there are other people. You can see a myriad of colors, of flags are out here. People wearing everything under the sun. It's a beautiful day out here. It rained earlier this morning. Everyone's kind of worried it was going to be raining. but it's a beautiful afternoon, and the sky is really cleared up, and you feel that tension, that excitement of curiosity and hope. And so what people I was speaking to were saying was that their hopes for the future of the church are that we continue united and that we go together, and that the hope leads us in this new direction.
Thank you very much, Devon, for bringing us live a bit of excitement from the square. We continue to watch the images, the Roman seagulls sitting next to the famous chimney right there. Back to Philippa and to Professor Prudlow here in studio. We have so much to talk about. Perhaps, Philippa, looking a little bit at what Pope Francis's legacy has brought us as regards the Church's ecumenical path forward. What are you looking towards? What do you hope the next Pope may be able to build on that legacy?
As you say, there is, or as we were saying earlier, there is a lot of expectation from other Christian churches and other Christian leaders, looking back with immense gratitude to the legacy of Pope Francis. If I can just remember back to the Conclave in 2013 and to his election, that announcement, which took a lot of people by surprise. Bergoglio wasn't one of the top names that people were expecting, but I can never forget that moment that he stepped out onto the balcony describing himself as the Bishop of Rome, and the effect that had on some of the ecumenical guests, some of the other leaders who were listening to his words, and hearing a new openness that in fact continued to be the path that he followed throughout the 12 years of his pontificate. You know, this was a man who talked about how his door was always open, and that included not just to Catholics but to everybody, people of all different churches and of course different faiths and no faith at all. And so there were some extremely significant events that I was very privileged to be part of. I think particularly of the Lutheran World Federation and Pope Francis marking together the 500th anniversary of the Reformation. I remember when I first heard about the possibility of that happening, saying to colleagues around Rome, you know...
Yes, you were here at the radio back then.
Absolutely, and I remember saying the Pope is going to mark the anniversary, the 500th anniversary of the Reformation, together with the Lutherans, and people saying, you're daydreaming, that's never going to happen. But of course, the Pope travelled to Sweden, and together with the Lutheran World Federation leadership, he had a very significant liturgy in Lund Cathedral, and then went on to the stadium in Malmö, where together they looked to the past, they asked forgiveness for the sins, the divisions, the terrible sins that came out of the divisions of the Reformation, and then pledged to overcome that by working together into the future. And I think that was one of the very significant events that I was privileged to be part of, and of course, as you say, now continuing to work in that vein with the Lutheran World Federation.
He also brought about many other changes in all aspects that we saw from day to day. Professor Prudlow, you are very knowledgeable of things past, but you're also an observer of current affairs. What would you say some of the most interesting to the general public changes have been as regards liturgy, as regards ceremony, and all these things that we are witnessing right now?
Well, I really agree with what Philippa said about this being very much on social media and very much open to the world, and so people seeing some of these very ancient things for the first time and being quite impressed by them and wanting to know more what's because in previous times these conclaves would happen so far away from people's minds before the age of news telegraphs and things like that. You might be informed a year or so later that you had a new pope and you had to change the name in the liturgy. So this is a great opportunity for outreach for the Catholic Church, for sure. One thing that's changed in the last 150 years is conclaves have gotten so much shorter. Conclaves used to be 50, 60, 70, 100. There was the one conclave that was 181 days, and as recently as the 18th century. And I think that's come about as a result of increased communication. Cardinals are able to know each other more. We know more about what's going on in the world more immediately. And so those have come down as well. And I think cardinals today are sensitive to the idea that perhaps a long conclave might not be very adaptable for the modern media, that would lead to all sorts of problems. So a lot of things get worked out. But you have elections as the church opens to the world. In 1903, you have the first non-European elector, Cardinal Gibbons of Baltimore. But then you start to run into problems. How is the church going to manage to get those cardinals from so far away? And in 1914, 1922, the conclave happened so quickly, the American and Canadian cardinals weren't able to be there. And so that's when they added the 15-day rule, which now with the advent of air travel, right, becomes a little easier. But now that, as Kristen, you were saying, that cardinals coming from all over the world, from Tonga, from Burma, from Mongolia, the flights aren't as regular, and so they need to have more time to make sure.
Some of them only just arrived 2 days ago.
Yes,
the last
can you
ones.
imagine that?
Yes.
Right, just being dropped into the middle of this from your country. And that's astonishing. We talked also about secular interference in elections, and people think, well, that was a Middle Ages problem. And in fact, the European monarchs, the Catholic European monarchs, all through the 17th, 18th, 19th century, had the right to veto candidates. And as recently as 1903, the Austro-Hungarian emperor excluded a candidate, which led, of course, to the election of St. Pius X, which was a sort of good outcome. And he himself abolished what was called the jus exclusive, the right of European monarchs to object to particular candidates. And so that, and then we see other changes in 1971. 81-year-olds and above were disallowed from participation in the conclave. But we saw how healthy their contributions were in the general congregations in the events leading up to the conclave. So there have been a lot of times in church history where the conclave and the cardinalate is one of those adaptations that the church has made through history in order to meet these challenging demands that have come up over these 2,000 years.
And I think, too, talking about the changes in the conclave, we've seen how a change originally to accommodate cardinals who are coming from far away, this long period between the death of a pope and the entrance into the conclave, has changed in its purpose. 100 years ago, that was to make sure someone could jump on a boat and get from South America or even Australia now and make it to Rome in time for the conclave. Now, we've heard a lot of talk in the past couple of weeks about cardinals having an opportunity to get to know one another. Even though they can see one another in the papers, in the media, they can talk to one another on the phone, but to have the real experience of being here in Rome, in person, and I think that's something that Pope Francis would have said too, speaking about the importance of relationships and getting to know someone personally. And so that is a change that originally had one purpose in the church and has subsequently had a new purpose. Even something like excluding interference, what that looked like 500 years ago when, Henry VIII was King of England, and what that looks like now when you have dictatorships, you have governments that are run on X or TikTok, and the purpose of excluding people from the conclave started with one end in mind, and the church has adapted that, and it still serves a purpose, even if that's not what was originally foreseen by the people who implemented that change in the system.
But it's all stayed incredibly secret. We know that yesterday everyone who is participating in the proceedings, and that's not only the cardinals who are voting, but obviously they're medics, there are people making meals, they're the cleaners, they're the florists. They all took an oath of secrecy yesterday, swearing that not a single thing they're going to be hearing in these days would be leaked out. I know that there are a couple of walkie-talkies that can be used in an emergency if they need to call a medic, but their cell phones have been taken away, they can't read the papers, they don't watch television, there is no radio. So yes, it really is.
It may depend on how long they can go without cell phones.
Well, and it's interesting too. You started to allude to this. There are several officials among the cardinals who do have the right and the means to communicate outside of the conclaves. So, for instance, suppose many of the cardinals are very old. Suppose one of them gets sick and they need to call a doctor. There's a procedure for that. I don't expect them to run out of food, but if it does go to a long conclave, they can make arrangements for that. Or perhaps a more spectacular outcome, if the cardinals should choose to elect someone who is not in conclave. And there has to be a means of contacting them, which would be, I think, shocking to the whole world. But Don, it wouldn't be the first time that they've chosen someone who is not in the room or not even a cardinal.
That is absolutely possible. One of the most famous examples was after the long conclave of 1292 to 1294, where they were in an absolute deadlock for 3 years, and they just could not, and nobody would back down. And finally, they broke down and said, I heard that there's this hermit living up on this mountain. He's a very holy guy. Maybe just making a holy person pope. Let's try that. And so you have this picture of these bishops and cardinals trundling up this mountain in Abruzzi, and getting to this hermit's cave to tell him that he's just been elected as pope. And he tried to prostrate before them, and they tried to prostrate before him, and it was all very awkward. But to have something like that happen, it's been a very long time since anyone who was not a bishop has been nominated. That was Gregory the 16th in 1831. And so if somebody who's not a bishop is elected, they do not assume the office of Pope until they're made a bishop. You have to be a bishop to be the Bishop of Rome.
I imagine there's some prerequisites to be named, even if you're not a cardinal.
I find it interesting. So if you're a baptized unordained Catholic male and you get the call, like I've told my wife to stay by the phone just in case, that you would have to have your wife's permission in order to do that, because you'd have to separate from bed and board to be ordained. But that is a theoretical, if remote, possibility.
Basically, the only requirement is that you are the requirements for being made a bishop, yes. Which technically is, if you were to choose someone, and Don, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are stories of people who've been elected even before they've been baptized, and they went through the process of baptism, ordination, consecration to the bishopric. I think some of those are maybe not certain. But
we know for sure St. Ambrose of Milan, who was the Roman civil administrator, who was so skillful at getting various parties of Christians to get to talk to one another.
Even though he himself was a pagan.
He himself was a pagan, and both sides, the Arians and the Catholics, shouted out Ambrose Bishop, and they carried him into the cathedral. He was baptized. He went through the 7 grades of ordination, and on the 8th day, he was made the Bishop of Milan. And so there are examples.
Something like that is what would have to happen in an unusual case like that. But Don, you mentioned the very holy hermit who was elected to the papacy. He did not last very long, and eventually, how did he tell us about how his papacy ended?
Peter Celestine, who later became Saint Celestine, was an exceptionally holy man. But what his tenure demonstrates is that holiness does not necessarily confer administrative skill. And so it's possible for someone to be quite a holy person and be a worldly failure, particularly in positions of leadership. And so nature needs to build on grace to pick someone, for the cardinals to pick someone who does have this kind of ability to have this world-changing position. It's such a position of responsibility that there are certain skills that are necessary, and to that must be added the grace of God in order to govern the Church. But that's so he resigned after 6 months, and we talked a lot about that in 2013. You'll recall when Pope Benedict resigned, as being one of the last instances where a pope left the office. But so he still remained a saint, and the Church went in a different direction after him.
And in fact, Benedict the 16th, which people saw after the fact as maybe son, went to visit the tomb of the relics of Pope Saint Celestine V. Philippa, you were here with us, and I'm sure you remember the day that the Pope Benedict announced his resignation. Can you tell us about that?
It was a pretty extraordinary moment. There was an Italian journalist, a colleague you may remember, who was following a very ordinary consistory in the Vatican. The proceedings were in Latin. Nobody else was listening. It was a routine, run-of-the-mill Vatican event, and we were all going to write a few lines on it afterwards. And then suddenly, as she was listening to what the Pope is saying, she's thinking, what am I hearing? And she says, the Pope's announced his resignation. And of course, everybody laughed because such a thing hadn't happened, as you say, for centuries. But of course, she was right, and the news spread like wildfire. I remember I was in the office here when one of the Italian colleagues came in and announced the Pope had resigned, and just a look of shock and not quite knowing what to do next, actually. And then we began, of course, going back through. The first reaction was, well, let's start looking back through the things that he's been saying. I remember I was asked to look at some of the first things that he'd said in the days after his election, and it was fascinating to look back on, I think it was the first or the second day, when he was talking about not being up to the challenge in a certain sense, but with God's will he would do what he could do to take on this extraordinarily difficult role. I think it's difficult for us now to perhaps remember back to just how deep a crisis the Church was facing during those final years of the Benedict papacy. You know, there was the financial crisis, there was the sex abuse crisis, which was at its peak perhaps at that time. There were the so-called Vati leaks. With it was really a time of extreme difficulty on so very many fronts. And again, looking back to those first speeches that Pope Benedict made, he was really very aware. He talked about it, in fact, if you remember, in the meetings ahead of that conclave, he talked about the need to clear up the filth that was inside the Church. And he was probably more than anybody else aware of just what a daunting task that would be. And at his age, in his in his not young state, the energy that was needed to take on a task like that. And so it was fascinating to look back and to realise just and to ask actually just when this decision of his to resign would have been made. I happen to know that the former Archbishop, well, at least there's two former Archbishop of Canterbury's now, but Rowan Williams, who was the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Anglican leader at that time, had a conversation with Benedict a year before the resignation was announced, and the two of them, Rowan Williams was looking forward to his own stepping down and being able to have more time to do the things that he wanted to do, to study and to read and to write and so on. And he told me that he and Benedict had been able to discuss that, and clearly Benedict had been maturing this decision for a very long time. So it was, yes, an extraordinary surprise for us, requiring unprecedented ways of working, and but for Benedict, I think it had been a decision that he'd been maturing for some time, of course.
And you talk about the crises that faced the Church in 2013 and those last couple of years of Benedict's reign that really came to a head at that time and had an impact on the papacy of Pope Francis. He spoke very forcefully about the plague or the scourge of abuse. He dealt with his own not his own scandals, but the scandals of finances that we've seen in the past few years. We've had very public trials, even of cardinals, harkening back perhaps to the past. But maybe you could talk about your thoughts, if we could ask our guests, about some of the attempts that Pope Francis has made to continue the efforts to reform the Church. I'll open the mic to either one of you.
I mean, I would say I think the whole process of synodality is something which, I mean, this really to me is Francis's legacy, and it has implications on the ecumenical and the interfaith work that I'm so very interested in, but it has enormous implications throughout the Catholic world as well. The process of trying to open up the Church, to make it more participatory, to make it something that people can join in sort of contributing to what should be the direction that the Church is taking, to let people's voices be heard. And this opening up, of course, is shaking up all the traditional sort of institutional practices that we're used to. And in a sense, I think this is probably where his main focus was. But as you rightly say, at the same time, he's dealing with all the internal affairs of the church, the problems with the financial situation, which remains extremely challenging. The sexual abuse crisis, I would say, is improved, significantly improved over the past decade. You know, so many churches have in place their safeguarding measures. The Vatican itself has made steps ahead with the safeguarding, with the commission that's working on that. But of course, challenges remain, and this is something which I've no doubt the Cardinals have been discussing over these past days in their general congregations and trying to focus on what are the key problems and what kind of person has the right skills to deal with these challenges at this particular moment in time.
And Don, a lot of the talk in the past year has been about synodality in the last 2 years. Asking for the voice of the faithful. You're a practicing Catholic in the United States. What's your perspective on the challenges that have arisen from these really scandalous problems that have affected that have affected the Church at large?
Right, the public witness of the Church has been very much affected. The ability for bishops and priests to speak with moral credibility has been weakened, and that's something that's going to take a long time to build. It's going to need not only a personal witness of holiness, but also institutions and procedures that are going to be effective in safeguarding. And it's going to take, particularly people listening to victims as well. I think this is something that I remember Benedict was so good with as well. Is that and Francis did when he visited too. That the sort of personal witness of listening to those who have been hurt. And incorporating their thoughts and their ideas on how to prevent these horrible things from happening in the future. But this is and then you have the internal issues. You have internal issues, financial issues, Vatican finances. You have issues with various levels of corruption, and this is also not a new problem. I mean, if you go back through history, popes have been dealing with things like this since the very dawn of Christianity. And we can, by looking back at our history, we can see how people like Pope St. Damasus or Pope St. Leo or Pope St. Gregory handled these things, because Pope St. Leo the Great had to depose 6 bishops for corruption and violations of their vows, and so this is nothing new. And so to put it into a historical context is also a significant way to work through it as well.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at the square. There's an incredible sunset. Rome is so beautiful, the Bernini colonnade. We have a couple of clips that Devon collected for us in the square just shortly before we linked up with him. I think the first one is a deacon from Tanzania. Can we hear him, Francesca?
So what brings you out to St. Peter's Square today?
We are here because of the conclave. We know that our cardinals, they are in conclave. So our presence here is to pray and to join with the other Christian, other Catholic, to pray for the Holy Spirit so that the whole process for electing Papa will be guided by the Holy Spirit.
What are your hopes for the Church, the future of the Church?
We are in the year of hope, so I hope that the God will give us the Pope who will guide the Church according to the sign of the time, who will guide the people of God in the holiness as a good pastor of the Church.
And what would you wish for the new Pope?
For myself, I don't have any wish. My role is to pray. For me, for anyone, because any cardinal who entered in the conclave, they have possibility to electing to be a pope. So wherever I come from, Africa, Asia, America, what we need the Holy Pope. Well, we don't need the Pope from according to the color, according to the region, according to anywhere. But what we need the whole Pope. We need the Pope which will guide the Church and will be the pastor of the Church.
That was so nice. We don't need the color, we don't need the region, we need the whole Pope. He put that beautifully. Let's listen to some pilgrims, ordinary pilgrims that were in the square today.
Could I get your name, please?
Sure. Susan Duenas.
So what are you doing in Rome?
We're here to watch the first night of the Conclave.
Did you come specifically for this?
We did. I live in Naples, and we made a special trip up here just for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
So what's your hope for the future of the church and for the new pope?
For unification and to continue to grow the church and bring more people back to the faith.
So where are you coming in from, America?
My husband is stationed in Naples, but we're from the United States.
Is this your first conclave?
This is my first conclave, my first live one.
Do you remember where you were at the last one?
I don't remember where I was at the last one, but I remember exactly where I was for Pope Benedict. I was in college in my room, in my dorm room, watching what we could see.
What are you feeling when you're here? You hoping it'll be tonight?
Oh, I mean, it would be great if it was tonight, but I'm just here to experience and to hope to see some smoke, and mostly praying that God leads whoever the right future pope is.
If I could get your name, please?
Sarah Stefanski.
So what are you here for?
Here visiting family, and we came in for the first day of the conclave.
And so was it just by chance that you made it here?
We took a train in from Naples. The trip was already planned, but once we found out the day, we made sure we were coming.
How many days do you think it will be?
I think it'll be 5.
5? Wow, okay. Are you going to come out for every day?
No, unfortunately, this is the only day we could make work with our schedule.
So what are your hopes for the future of the church?
I just hope we are united and come together under a new pope who can lead us all for more peace and love around the world.
And we heard a couple of people talking about the possibility of an election this evening. Linda, I think you summed it up well. I think everybody would be very surprised to see an election on the very first ballot on the first night. But we have had some remarkably short conclaves in the past. Don, you want to share some of those with us?
Even recently, both Pope Francis and Pope Benedict were elected very quickly on the second day. And but Pius XII was the same way. Sometimes people go in and the momentum is so high that within a few ballots, it is rather unlikely that we will get a pope on the first ballot. The first ballot usually is in conclaves for the cardinals to test out strength. Sometimes they offer sort of honorific votes. And I know in the past, in the early 20th century, was often used as an occasion for non-Italian popes. Non-Italian electors to write in non-Italian names just to establish the precedent that it didn't have to be an Italian on the first day. And it won't be like Pope Julius II, who was elected within a few hours of the conclave starting. But there always is a danger, because in 1334, when the main candidate wouldn't agree to the cardinals' demands, they didn't know what to do, and so they held a ballot, and everyone chose the least likely candidate that they possibly could. Jacques Fournier, who became Benedict XII, was a very good pope that nobody had expected, and he was elected on the first ballot. So it can happen, but it is really quite a very rare experience.
I think it's very interesting to hear and to look back and to uncover what we know about the process of voting, how it happens. We discovered, for example, didn't we, that Francis had been quite a potential contender during the previous election in 2005, but then for the sake of unity, we were told that he stepped back so that Benedict could in fact garner that 2/3 majority that he needed to take over from Pope John Paul II. I was really struck just now listening to the voices of the people in the square, ordinary people. Every single one of them almost is talking about unity, the need for unity. And I think this question of how long the conclave goes on for is seen very much as an important signal regarding the unity of the church, because the longer it goes on for, clearly the cardinals are unable to decide on the kind of man they want to lead the church, and therefore I think there's a certain pressure mounting day by day, or vote by vote even, to try and show, in a particularly polarized world that we're living in at the moment, where people are so deeply divided, to have a real show of unity on the part of the church leaders. I think that's going to be weighing most heavily on a lot of those cardinals' minds at the moment.
And Philippa, you have a strong focus on ecumenism, and as a member of the Church of England, you've done a lot of work with the question of Christian unity. the Pope, from the Catholic point of view, is, of course, the center of unity, and that's been the focus of a lot of ecumenical discussions. How does that play out in the overarching Christian world, as the Pope intended to be a center of unity, but also a focus of contention with the relationships between Catholic and non-Catholic communities?
Well, I mentioned earlier the moment that Pope Francis came out onto the balcony describing himself as the Bishop of Rome, and what a strong signal that was to other Christian leaders about his role, not trying to describe himself as Supreme Pontiff or use some of these other titles that can be quite alienating, but describe himself as the primus inter pares, in a sense, the first among equals of the bishops. And therefore this title, Bishop of Rome, was very significant, together with the other kind of signals that he gave early on in his pontificate. And yes, of course, the question of the papacy is a crucial, it's the crux of the matter in many of these ecumenical dialogues. The Orthodox dialogues are discussing the role of the Pope in the first millennium and in the second millennium. And it's also, very much the discussion that's going on in the other, the churches of the Reformation. The dialogues there are also discussing the role of the Pope. And that's why I think Francis's legacy is so significant, because he made very important overtures about the way that he could work together with other Christian leaders. But of course we can't forget the encyclical Ut Unum Sint from Pope John Paul II back in, I think it was 1995, when he actually asked other Christian leaders to come forward with ideas, to make proposals as to how the role of the papacy could be acceptable to other churches, to other Christian communions. And this is still very much a work that's ongoing. It sort of fell a little bit by the wayside during the previous decade or two, but it's very much front and centre again. And I think I think we're going to see over the coming months, again, some responses to that. The Council, or the Dicastery as it now is for Christian Unity, has gathered together some of these responses, and we've seen the publication of a book bringing together a lot of these responses. So it's very much at the heart, as you say, of the conversations and at the heart of the dialogues with other Christian churches. So very important to see what direction the new Pope will take on this, and whether he will prioritize this as an important issue, because of course the division of the churches is one of the biggest scandals of the Christian world. It's so much easier for when people see unity, when people see united churches, to be able to believe and to be able to make a commitment to that.
Thank you, Philippa. We've been talking with Philippa Hitchin, Don Prudlow, our guests, as we enter into this first hour of watching and waiting for the election of the new Pope. If you've just joined us, earlier this evening we saw the Cardinals enter into Conclave, and now everybody, I think, kind of around the world is waiting to see the smoke rising from the Sistine Chapel. If you are just joining us, I'd like to offer you a very warm welcome. Also, a thank you to all of our television partners and radio partners, especially EWTN TV, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World Television's Network USA, at Madarshan TV, Catholic TV, Madha TV India, and UCTV, Uganda Catholic Television. Also radio partners Luminous Radio and Radio Katipunan in the Philippines. Welcome to all of you. My name is Christopher Wells, and I'm joined here with my colleague Linda Bordoni, and our guests.
Our most prestigious guests, Philippa Hitchin and Professor Prudlow. But I do suggest a tiny musical break as we continue to watch the sunset. So here we are on air as we await the smoke that will chug out of the chimney on the Sistine Chapel. We all remember, or more than remember, we're not that old, but we do. We have all read about the famous conclave in 1958 when John the 23rd was elected. The Cardinals convened on, I think it was the 26th of October, and immediately white smoke was seen to appear out of the chimney, and obviously the crowd erupted in applause, only to discover that the burning process wasn't as they thought it should be, and it soon turned black. And unfortunately, it happened this next day as well, exactly the same thing. And finally, on the third day, he was actually elected on the 28th of October after 2 false alarms. It really was white smoke. I think the people were probably a bit wary at that time, but yes, the smoke is incredibly magnetizing, isn't it, as we watch that chimney.
I certainly have very strong memories of a former colleague here at Vatican Radio doing some coverage for the election. I believe it was for John Paul II, and I remember him talking about the dirty grey smoke, a Scotsman talking about the dirty grey smoke, and he wasn't quite sure whether it was white or whether it was black. And quite often at the beginning, I mean, I do remember the previous 2 that I have covered, I remember that it is a little bit difficult at the beginning to see. It starts off quite slowly and then it seems to kind of gain momentum, and I think there's been some work on the kind of chemical processes, hasn't there? Maybe somebody else knows a bit more about
They did begin to use the chemicals for both the white and the black.
Absolutely, yeah.
But you're right about the evocative power of the smoke. This has become sort of a symbol, and now the webcam, people will put webcams on at home, and I saw that we have some real enthusiasts, because 12 hours before I saw there was a chimney webcam before they'd even gone into Conclave with 11,000 visitors, 11,000 watching currently. So people are really transfixed by this. But it was a good addition, I think it was 2013 when Benedict, because of the confusion about this, that when there's white smoke, the bells of St. Peter's will peal out as well. Right. So that will be a confirmatory. And it's also an issue in winter conclaves, right? Because it's night, and it's very difficult to see the color of the smoke at night. And so those bells were a good addition.
Although I remember it took quite a while for the bells to actually start pealing, so the people were cheering wildly in the square, and it was only quite a significant time after that the bells actually confirmed that.
In fact, I remember that conclave as well. I think we all remember that very clearly. And yes, that's exactly right, because even with the addition of the chemicals, the smoke wasn't clear. You talked about it, Philippa. When the smoke first comes out, first you've got people asking, well, is smoke coming out? Is that a cloud? Is that really what it is? And then it becomes a little bit more definitely smoke coming out of the chimney. And then you say, well, it looks kind of gray, it looks kind of white. And they had told us here in the studio that they were going to ring the bells as soon as the smoke came out. And I think for the first election in decades, we had smoke that was pretty clearly white, but then the bells didn't ring the way they were supposed to for a long while.
And this happens, right? I mean, you remember when Benedict was elected and Cardinal Medina came out, and as soon as he said Habemus Papam, the band started playing. And he had to wait for about 15, 20 seconds, and it was very awkward. But so we saw the beautiful, magnificent liturgical choreography today, that this is still an event that's run by human beings, and sometimes that these things can happen, and they lend a lot of great color to the history.
Well, we're on the subject of the smoke coming out of the chimney. The other lasting memory I have of these conclaves, and watching the screen again today, is the seagulls. The seagulls who seem to be magnetically drawn to that chimney, possibly because of the warmth that comes out of it. But I do remember during the 2013 conclave sitting in studio, just as we are today, discussing ecumenical interfaith legacies of Pope Benedict, looking at the characteristics of the new man, what would be required. And I remember the producer at that time saying to me, talk about the seagull. You know, the seagull has its own hashtag. The seagull is trending on Twitter. And it's just quite fascinating how people take different aspects of these, as you say, very traditional, very historical events, and yet give them a particularly modern twist. I find that fascinating.
I heard the other day that, in fact, inside the Sistine Chapel there are 2 ovens. And that's because in the one oven, they burn the ballots. In the other oven, they actually put the chemicals you were talking about, Professor Prudlow, which are the ones that will produce the right colour smoke.
We hope.
We hope, yes. There was one when they were still trying to, they were testing it. When were they, do you remember when they were testing the chemicals in 2005 before the conclave? And they just, the air, it just turned black. I mean, the entire sky above the Vatican was just black with smoke because they'd put in way too much of the chemical at that time.
But I think it's interesting again how we've seen a lot of pictures recently, as you say, these two ovens in the Sistine Chapel before, this veil of secrecy that on the one hand was so fascinating to people outside the confines of the Vatican, but on the other hand, people are equally fascinated now they can see the process. We saw the workmen going in with the scaffolding and putting up the chimney and putting the ovens into place, and I think that's been very...
Yeah, there's a beautiful video on Vatican News that shows the room of tears, which is the room where the Pope will receive his vestments and cry.
And have some time for prayer and crying at his new responsibilities.
Before after he has accepted the what would we call it, the proclamation, because the Cardinals ask the Pope whether he accepts or not, and so...
And he can say no.
He can say no, right. Anyway, please go and look at our video because it shows that room of tears. It shows the 3 different sized vestments that have been made to fit whoever is elected. It shows...
well, after it was a little tight on Pope John the 23rd, they knew they had to have a range of sizes for the
But interestingly, Linda, you were telling me that the traditional papal tailors that has been producing these vestments for so many decades, apparently there's been a change.
Yes, there has been a change. So we all knew Gamarelli. I think we all bought socks at Gamarelli, the cardinal socks. This year it's Mancinelli, who apparently makes a bit of a more a lighter textile, better for transpiration, more comfortable. So yes.
In fact, we talked about all of the people inside the Vatican who help with the conclave. One of the people that's there is a tailor on hand. They have a small, medium, and large cassock, but they have someone right there so that when he puts it on, they can make adjustments so it's not overflowing, it's not too tight. They've got some room to breathe, so to speak. In the legend about John the 23rd, who was a portly Italian, famously from peasant stock, as they say, in Italy, and the story was that when he put on the extra large white cassock, it still wasn't big enough, and they had to open up the back of it and kind of tie it together like a hospital gown, obviously with his regular clothes underneath. But there's some of the stories that we hear from.
I noticed that hanging in the room of tears is the little red cape, which Pope Francis did not wear.
He chose not to wear.
He chose not to wear. Yeah. Why did he choose not to wear that red cape?
It was a gesture of he meant it as a gesture of humility, in the sense that he wanted to be seen as Francis, as Bishop of Rome, in a simplicity. But I don't think that there should be any judgment if the new Pope chooses to wear it. I mean, it's the proper garment for that moment. There's nothing hieratic. It's just a particular garment for the papacy. And but when you say the tailors and those great videos that you had, it should remind us of the hundreds of people that work to put this together behind the scenes, all the Vaticanisti, all the people that work that they are so hard to make these things come off, the infirmarians, the people that prepare the food, and the people that prepared the conclave, the choir, the masters of ceremonies. It's really...
it's a big production.
It's an amazing production, and it's an irregular production, right? I mean, I think of in England, right, trying to practice a coronation after over 6 decades, and it's sort of the same thing here. You don't know when it's going to happen. You start to think about it. People come, people go, and there's books, but it's one thing to reduce a book to actual practice. And now that we have videos and things like that, it's so good to record those things and to help people to remember how difficult it is.
And we weren't working in those days back in the 1970s, but I wonder what it must have been like to have had two of them in very, very close succession within, what was it, 33 days?
33 days was the length of the papacy, and so then
John Paul
the period
I.
after that when they elected the John Paul II.
So barely the entire Vatican staff barely had time to get to relax and to recover from one, and then they're doing it all over again. It must have been an extraordinary moment.
It was very interesting. I come from a very small diocese in the United States, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, which very few people perhaps have ever heard of. But one of our claims to fame, my former bishop was one of the very, very few bishops appointed by Pope John Paul I. So one of the very few people in the whole church who was the subject of an act of the month-long papacy of John Paul I. And I think a lot of us will have stories about our interactions with popes, not just the people who work here, but people throughout the world who come and see the popes. Do you have some memories of the popes that you've experienced through your time?
Well, Pope Francis memorably invited all the Vatican staff. As far as I know, it was the first time for something like this, but he invited all of us to join him for the masses that he instigated in the Santa Marta Chapel, where he chose to live rather than in the Apostolic Palace. And he began the tradition of giving a sermon every morning in the Santa Marta Chapel, and we were all invited to go along. So I think it was maybe a month or two after his inauguration, the inauguration of his papacy, that I was able to go along, and that to me was an extraordinary moment. The previous time that I'd seen him was just after I think it was 3 or 4 days after the papacy, the inauguration, or the election rather, when he was with all the journalists in the Paul VI Hall. You were there too, weren't you? And he announced why he had chosen the name Francis. He wanted to be to honour the name of Francis as a man of peace, a man of poverty, and a man of protection of creation. And these were, of course, 3 themes that he would develop so strongly throughout his pontificate, and that was again an extraordinary moment.
It was extraordinary also that he called the journalists to thank them for the work they had done during such an intense period. It was, we didn't realize how moving that gratitude would be. I can't but help think of his very last public audience, was to thank the medics, the doctors and the staff at the hospital who had taken care of him.
The other thing I remember about that audience with the journalists at the beginning was the way that he said, I'm going to bless you, but I'm going to do it in silence because many of you are non-believers or not share of the Catholic faith. And so there was immediately this great sense of openness and a great sense of respect for people who didn't necessarily belong to the Catholic Church. And all these signs at the beginning were just so very encouraging to people who'd somehow been feeling a little bit excluded or hadn't been given the same kind of welcome in the past. So these were very strong memories for me, and the Santa Marta was my opportunity to mention to him my interest in ecumenism and how I was at that time the warden of All Saints Church, Anglican Church here in Rome. And another important memory for me in that sense was that in 2016 I was able to welcome him because he became the first Pope to visit the Anglican Church in his own diocese of Rome. Of course, popes had visited Anglican churches before, notably John Paul II in 1982 became the first Pope to travel to England since the Reformation, and going into Canterbury Cathedral. Of course, there have been many papal visits to Anglican churches, but for the Pope to come to the Anglican Church in his own diocese was an extraordinary moment, and it was marking the 200th anniversary of our community here in Rome, and he came and gave a great conversation with people. It was a beautiful liturgy, and it was on that occasion, if I'm not mistaken, he announced he intended to visit South Sudan together with the Archbishop of Canterbury and the moderator of the Church of Scotland. That hadn't been. There was a bit of an uproar because it hadn't been officially announced by the Vatican, but he announced he intended to go anyway, which was typical of the Francis style, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Do you have any memories?
Well, yes. It's funny that all 4 of us were at that journalist audience. That was an and enjoyable. But he joked that day too. Remember when he joked about his papal name, about how whether I may have gone with Adrian the Seventh, as the great reformer, but he didn't live very long. So, and then he said, well, I could have taken Clement, the Pope that suppressed the Jesuits, and so that got everybody loosened up, and I thought that was a really charming way. But I do also remember a moment with Pope Benedict. It was a strange one. We were in Valle d'Aosta after we'd been in Rome for a while, so we were away from Roman things, and we were driving through town, and it was there's traffic. I was like, this is like Roman traffic. I mean, why is there so much traffic up in this little corner of Italy? And I turned my head, and right next to me was Pope Benedict. He'd just been taken to the hospital after he'd broken his arm when he was on vacation there. And so he was right next to me and my family in the car, like going the other way on the street stop.
Did you wave?
We waved, yes.
So we're looking at the screen here. We're looking at the square, getting close to what could be a time for smoke. What do you think?
Well, we're expecting the vote to take place shortly after the Cardinals went into conclave, the first vote this evening. But as a lot of people have noted, it's pretty well known, this is the largest group of Cardinals ever to enter into conclave, 133. If you watch the broadcast of the entrance, it takes a little while for 133, mostly elderly Cardinals, to get up, to cast their vote, for the votes to be counted. We heard Monsignor Burns' very excellent elaboration of that process. So we're not sure how long it takes, and I think that's a challenge for all of us, but also for the people coming in the square. If you were watching at the beginning of the broadcast, the square was not empty, but there weren't a whole lot of people there, and they've been filtering in.
It's really filled up.
It's really filled up. I think we all remember previous conclaves when the white smoke comes out, everybody in Rome is going to be coming to St. Peter's Square. But just to talk a little bit about the process this evening, we are expecting a vote perhaps around 7:30 in about 10 minutes, but there's no precise timing. So it could be any time, and we will have people watching for that first wisp of smoke and then to try and determine what color it is. And Phil, Linda, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what we can expect for the next couple of days in terms of looking for the smoke and the outcome of the different votes in the Sistine Chapel.
Well, the one interesting thing I've just discovered is, as you were saying, there are two separate votes.
Oven, yeah.
Okay.
Well, just one on the first day, right?
Just one on the first day, but as from tomorrow morning, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. So should the smoke arise in the middle of one of those sessions, it'll be white for sure.
That's right. Yes.
Right?
That's because if they go immediately to a second vote if it's a failed vote, and so that means we won't get smoke until around noon. If it's
even
a failed
later,
vote.
in fact, I think we're expecting around 1 o'clock.
Around 1. So if we do absolutely right, if we get it at 11:30, 10:30, 11, it will be white smoke. Yeah.
I heard an interesting little detail. You were talking about people rushing from around Rome. When people hear the news, they tend to gather in the square to see who the new pope will be. I read a lovely detail from the English College, the Venerable English College, where the seminarians from the UK trained to become priests. And there was obviously a question about were they allowed to run out of their classes if they heard news of course, all of them will have their cell phones, I imagine, so they'll get news almost within seconds of it happening. And apparently there has been a ruling from the college that seminarians are allowed to get up in the middle of classes and to go and congregate in the square to acclaim the new pope if and when it happens during the day.
I remember I was a student at the Angelicum during the election of Pope Benedict in 2005, and that same question came up. Of course, John Paul had been pope for almost 27 years, so a conclave was a new thing. And the college didn't make any determination, so the classes were going on during the conclave. And as soon as it became evident that the Pope had been elected, there were people who left class. And I remember some of the professors being horribly offended that the students had left for a truly momentous historical occasion. And the Angelicum, I'm sure that was the reason for their determination this year. They put out a specific statement. They announced it on social media. as soon as we get news of the white smoke, classes are suspended with immediate effect. The adoration in the chapel at the Angelicum will be closed with benediction so that everybody who wants to can come to Rome, can come to St. Peter's Square and be there for the announcement. When we do get the white smoke, I think you'll all remember, there's a period of time between when the smoke comes out. It's about 40 minutes. We're expecting about 40 minutes to an hour between the white smoke and when the Pope has gotten his robes together. He has prayed for a while. They've organized themselves. So about 40 minutes to an hour. In the last conclave, which of course was absolutely historic because we still had Pope Benedict alive, that was delayed even further because Pope Francis wanted the first one to hear the news to be Pope Emeritus, as he eventually decided on the title, the Pope Emeritus, to be the first to receive the news. So they had to call him. And the story is that he was glued to the TV set watching the chimney, as we all are now, and they were ignoring the phone. And finally, someone picked up and said, "It's the Cardinals. They want you to be the first to know." So there's a little delay. We were talking earlier, there are 2 votes in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and the expectation is there's a possibility of maybe as early as 10:30 or 11, but certainly a burning of the ballots at around 1 o'clock for the morning ballots, and then in the afternoon, possibly as early as 5 or 5:30, and certainly a burning of the ballots around. Tomorrow we're looking at perhaps as early as 7:30 for the second one. So if you go to our Vatican News website, you can see kind of a program that will give you an idea of when you can tune in and get the latest news from the
Meanwhile,
conclave.
I'm seeing there 30,000 people in the square at the moment.
30,000?
30,000.
And that will increase until the smoke comes out.
Yeah.
But also, we haven't had an election on the third ballot. We haven't had an election on the second ballot. We have had an election on a third ballot, but not since 1939. And so both Francis and Benedict, I think, were elected on the fourth ballot. So that would mean the evening.
Benedict on the 4th and Francis on the 5th. Although there was a little confusion, which came out subsequently, and as we heard from the oath, the popes can allow people to speak about some aspects of the conclave. That's entirely up to the new pope's discretion. And there was apparently an extra blank ballot added to the vote so that when they counted all the ballots, they had to immediately redo the vote because they want to make absolutely certain that there can be no question about the valid election of the Pope. We know historically that there have been some contested elections.
Occasionally, yes. It's being a very important position. There's sometimes been 2 or even 3 claimants to the papacy. We haven't had that in about 600 years. But the last Pope before Benedict to resign, Gregory XII, was one of the 3 popes who they all were either deposed or resigned in order to have the election of Martin V, who restored the papacy to Rome, began the Renaissance here in the city, where we get so many of these beautiful buildings and so many of these beautiful traditions.
So we've all been reading hard about what happens after the Pope steps out onto that balcony of blessings. I think it's called the loggia. It will be the protodeacon, right, who will announce the Habemus Papam.
Unless the protodeacon is elected, and then we'll know even quicker.
Then we'll know even quicker.
And he will give the formula in Latin. He will read the new Pope's name in Latin.
Right.
And then afterwards, the pontiff will step out, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's when he has his first opportunity to introduce himself to the world. Phil, again, you were here. You made the announcement, as I
Yes.
recall, in studio of Pope Francis. But tell us your experience of that night when Pope Francis was elected, both here in the studio, but also as you were looking out at the crowds as they came to see the new Pope.
Yes, you're quite right. We were doing a similar kind of marathon, for the days leading up to the white smoke, and it was the third day, wasn't it, that the actual news came, and second day of the
afternoon,
that's right,
of the second
day.
day.
The afternoon. Yes, it was quite late in the evening, which we may be going on to here today as well. But it was a similar sort of time. I seem to remember. My other former colleague Susie Hodges was in studio, and as we were watching, the smoke started coming out of the chimney, and yes, it was. You could hear the crowd going wild below. It really is. It's quite an extraordinary moment, I think. It's one thing to be here in studio. It's another to be down in the square, I think, because
I was in the square.
You were there, weren't you? You were reporting. You were doing what Devon has been doing for us today, reporting from the square, despite all the difficulties of getting a signal.
I don't think the blockers were as powerful in I don't think the blockers were as powerful in 2013 because
I can't imagine. They have to keep up with such technology
Exactly.
today. You were talking about the sweeping of the Sistine Chapel and also the Santa Marta. I would assume they have to sweep that as well. But the Cardinals had to turn in all of their cell phones. Check your phone at the door, and so they have to.
There's also a bit of a natural blockage that happens, especially after the white smoke, when you go from maybe 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 to suddenly
Everyone.
a 250,000 people, 300,000 people, not just in St. Peter's Square, up the Via della Conciliazione, the road leading to St. Peter's, and everybody has their cell phone on. And with great respect for the Italian telecommunications company, that's a big burden for any system. And so when you are trying to get out there and you're there and you're trying to send the video of you with the selfie with the new Pope, you might have trouble getting a hold of your friends and family back in England, back in the United States.
That was most noticeable even during the recent funeral for Pope Francis, when you have those numbers. Again, I think the figures were 400,000 officially, weren't they, between those gathered in the square and those who were along Via della Conciliazione and down on the route towards St. Mary Major for the burial when Francis was laid in his final resting place. And again, the difficulty of getting any kind of signal to be able to send messages even was quite challenging. So yes, it is a problem, and people are gathering, and of course everybody now has a phone on them, and everybody. That was another thing I remember, because it was getting dark during the
I remember
waiting
March,
for Pope
though.
Francis.
When the smoke came out, it was dusk, but it was still light out, and by the time they got to the actual pronouncement, the night sky was completely black.
And there was a flashing of all those millions, or at least hundreds, tens of thousands of cell phones as people tried to take the first pictures of the new Pope. And that is something which, of course, is quite different from in past times when people would acclaim by applauding and cheering.
But applauding and cheering has a lot to say for itself, because I remember being in that square and Bergoglio stepping out. And to be honest, I didn't recognize him. I didn't know who he was. But close to me was a group of Argentinians, pilgrims. And immediately I realized he must be Argentinian, because they went wild. And so I think I was online. I don't remember. I think I said, I think he's an Argentinian.
And then, of course, everybody is looking for the biographies and trying to and the internet risks crashing as well, because everybody is trying to download that biography. Interestingly, I've noticed that the Vatican this time has come up with an extremely helpful dashboard, which again is unprecedented. As far as I remember, we had to do a lot of the research ourselves, but we now have a Vatican dashboard which gives you all the details that you ever wanted to know, or the basic information about the cardinals, all the cardinal electors, who they are, where they come from, how old they are, who created them cardinals, what their main features, if you like, of their ministry has been so far, which is incredibly helpful for all of us trying to cover these things.
That's progress, Phil. It is two-faced, in the sense that on the one hand, yes, we do have a lot of information much more readily at our fingertips. On the other hand, we are expected to be active on so many more platforms and to be there And so it's been a really steep learning curve for us as well. We're going to have to be there when the smoke is white. We're going to take a screenshot. We're going to do a video. We're going to have a name out there. It's very challenging for journalists this time and age.
And Linda, I'd like to go back to something you said about the applause, where applause is very significant. As you mentioned, Don, in the past, sometimes it was by acclaim. It was the voice of the people of the city of Rome. But even today, in various liturgies, we hear the people have an opportunity to signify their acceptance. And it's not a legalistic form, but there is a place for the people to express their approval of a choice of a priest, of a bishop, and less formally here for the Pope.
Well, St. Cyprian, when he was defending the papacy of Cornelius, this was in 250 A.D., he said that the clergy of Rome consented to him. He was ordained by all the bishops and by the acclamation of the people. And so this is actually, it is kind of liturgical, the reception of the Pope coming out on the loggia, and then the people acceding to that election in the square. It's a very important moment. Now, sometimes the people historically have not always been so peaceable. They've made their desires known. So at the beginning, when Urban VI was elected, they made it very clear that they wanted an Italian, the people of Rome, and so that was an important way, and that's a way historically that synodality can work out too, in a way that people can have their voices heard, and this is a very historical way that people have had their voices heard.
When you mentioned that we were talking earlier about acclaiming the Pope, and thinking back to that election in 2013, of course, you have that incredible acclamation and cheering, but then the other lasting memory that I have is Pope Francis asking the people to pray for him before he gave them the blessing. And in an instant, you had however many thousands of people there were in the square falling silent. And so you had this extraordinary contrast between the noise of the cheering and the applause and then the silence as he stood there for really quite a long time with asking people to pray for him and to pray for his new ministry. That was really quite something unusual, I found.
The sentry seagull is back, waiting for the news.
Waiting for the news. I'm reading something quite unusual for me. I'm reading that it could even be possible that today, in the Sistine Chapel, the Cardinals have actually not voted, and therefore there will not be a signal. It's a remote possibility, but it exists.
Yeah, the all the procedures that govern everything from the moment we learn of the death of the Holy Father, or the moment of his resignation, through the ceremonies to say farewell to the previous Pope, through the period of mourning, the organization of the conclave, how the College of Cardinals organizes the events, to the entry into the conclave, and all of the details of the voting are laid out very, very precisely in a document which we've heard many times, Universi Dominici Gregis, the name of the document that covers all of this. And what that document foresees is that normally the Cardinals would proceed immediately to a vote this evening. However, that's not an absolute, and there is admittedly a pretty remote possibility that they don't proceed immediately to a vote. There's also what would be a very strange possibility, but we've talked about this earlier, not unheard of, if the Cardinals should choose someone who is not in the Sistine Chapel, they might take a vote, but the vote is not formalized and elect a pope, but the pope is not elected until he accepts. So you wouldn't burn the ballots, you wouldn't see the white smoke, and meanwhile the cardinal electors would have to call outside the cardinal, probably make a phone call, and ask their choice to become pope. And in that case, we would not see the smoke, and then people would really start talking.
Yes, that would be a journalistic crisis for sure at that.
And the question: when was the last pope who was not in the conclave to be elected?
It was Urban VI. It was that election right before the Great Western Schism. He was the Archbishop of Bari, and so they elected someone outside of the conclave, and so they had to send him notice of that. And it took a long while, and the people of Rome were relatively restless until they found out that, don't worry, we have elected an Italian. And they all went home and had a party. So.
Meanwhile, as we've been chatting away here, the Cardinals are still gathered in one of the probably most magnificent chapels in the whole world. Full of symbology as well. We all know the final judgment on the wall of the apse. We all know the creation on the ceiling. But there are a lot of other paintings in there as well, including some Raphaels and a very symbolic Perugino, which shows Christ handing the keys to St. Peter. Delving into the bottomless archive of Vatican Radio, I found another program by Veronica Scaresbrick. It's a short one, this. She speaks to a professor of fine arts, Brina Ennis, who tells us about that particular fresco, which is part of the cycle of Christ on the right-hand wall as you enter the Sistine Chapel.
Rita, when we think of the Sistine Chapel, we always think of Michelangelo's artwork.
Yes.
But point of fact, there's much more artwork that was previous to Michelangelo.
Yes,
and,
we're talking about the
Perugino.
Yes.
We also have other painters in there. We
like
have Botticelli.
Yeah.
And who else do we have? Ghirlandaio.
Exactly.
Perhaps among the most famous. Perugino's painting is an interesting one on the right-hand side as you walk in through the main entrance of the Sistine, in terms of the conclave, because he depicted Christ giving the keys to St. Peter.
In fact, probably at the time these frescoes were done, you had on the right-hand side you had the Christological series, and on the left-hand side you had the Moses series, and obviously at that time you had a ceiling which was blue with golden stars. So clearly these wall frescoes were really the most important thing in the Sistine in that period, until Michelangelo began to do the ceiling and all the walls, and eventually the Last Judgment. But this particular fresco is of great importance because probably of all of the frescoes in the series, this one would have been specifically related to the election of a pope. At the bottom part of the fresco you have a series of figures each side of Christ and St. Peter, who are right in the centre. You have a type of piazza painted like a grid, very white with little golden dividers. And then in the middle, just above them, you have two scenes, tiny scenes with tiny figures. And then way behind that, you have in the centre what would have been, let's say, the Temple of Jerusalem or the Temple of Solomon, or let's say the central temple of the Catholic faith, with each side two arches which look like two arches of Constantine, which would be
triumphal arches.
Yes, triumphal arches. So the triumphal of religion. Now the figures at the bottom, some of them are dressed in robes that you would attribute to, let's say, figures in the Renaissance period. Others, like for example Christ and St. Peter and the apostles, are dressed almost like prophets or like senators in the more regal sense of the word. And Christ here has a pink garment with a blue cloak, his blue cloak, and Peter has the opposite. He has a blue garment but a golden, very much these kind of golden colours, which I'm sure that later on Michelangelo was using much more brilliantly in the upper frescoes. Anyway, going back here to the keys, here you have, if you look at Peter who's kneeling, he has his left hand on his heart, and he's looking intensely and seriously at Christ, who is standing in front of him. And he's kneeling in barefoot. And it's interesting to see that you have a golden key and a silver key. Now, the silver key is hanging down towards the ground because the silver key also represents the temporal area and the responsibility being given to St. Peter. But it's curious and interesting to see that Peter has his hand clasped at the bottom of the golden key, which is interesting.
Which represents the
spiritual side, the celestial side. And if you notice that Christ's hand is just very, very lightly attached to it, almost as if to show the ethereal, the celestial presence of the man and what he represents. in that particular situation. And Peter seems to be a much more earthy, heavier figure. They look completely different as figures. And I think that is also to do with the fact of the importance of the two keys. But I think Peter holding on to the golden key at its base probably means that the responsibility that Peter has in carrying the temporal silver key is also strongly emphasized. They're emphasizing in a way the importance of that little extra, not that little extra, that great extra responsibility that Peter would have over his apostles, and possibly in the case of a conclave or whatever, it would be cardinals, no? So the function and the role of Peter, the sacrality of Peter, in the fact that he's given permission to hold on to this golden key, because you would presume that the golden key represents also the spirituality of man.
And this is in the very place where the cardinals gathered to elect the successor of Peter. On this occasion, the 265th successor of Peter.
In fact. It's curious also, if you look at this white piazza, it's very open and airy and clean. There's not much less clutter in this particular fresco than there is in the other wall paintings nearby. So it's almost like it stands out on its own, which is unusual, because you wouldn't expect it to be this big white piazza with a grid on it. It's very different from all the rocky hills that you find in all the other frescoes on the wall. It's almost like it's emphasizing, like, focus here. Here is the Temple of Solomon at the top of the fresco. Here below is the solemn function of Peter receiving his first mandate.
Yes, and we were listening there to Breda Ennis speaking to Veronica Scaresbrick. She mentioned there the 265th successor of Peter, so she obviously did that programme just before the election of Benedict XVI. One element we haven't mentioned today, probably the most important, is the guidance of the Holy Spirit in this process. This morning, the Cardinals gathered in a very important Mass, the Mass for the election of the new pontiff. The Mass was presided over by Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re. He's the Dean of the College of Cardinals. And he asked the participants in the conclave, the cardinals, to join in prayer to ask the Holy Spirit for guidance. Now that's very important. He recalled the reading in the Acts of the Apostles, how after Christ's ascension into heaven, all were united and persevering in prayer together with Mary. And the cardinal said that all gathered here today are praying together, as well as just a few hours before the start of the conclave, under the gaze of Our Lady besides the altar, in this basilica, he said, which rises above the tomb of the Apostle Peter. Professor Prudlow, how important is this element?
It's irreducible. I mean, the selection. We saw that with the prayers at the entrance of the conclave. We saw it with the Missa Pro Elegendo this morning. The intoning of the Veni Sancti Spiritus, the invocation of the Holy Spirit on the work of the conclave. But it's also important that we remember, as the Holy Spirit guides and protects the Church, that we know that we also must cooperate with His promptings, with the promptings of the Spirit, in order to rightly follow God's will in our lives. And the cardinal electors have to do this too. It surprises some people sometimes that when he was Cardinal Ratzinger, Benedict XVI spoke about the Holy Spirit's role in the conclave. And he said, I would not say that the Holy Spirit picks the Pope. I would say that the Spirit does not exactly take control of the affair, but rather, like a good educator, as it were, leaves us much space and much freedom without entirely abandoning us. And so the Missa Pro Elegendo this morning, the ceremonies at the beginning were meant to help the cardinals to be open to the Spirit in that way, and to put aside other agendas, other political ideologies, and be open to the promptings of grace. And so that's because, and I think that was something very wise of Benedict to say, because in the past, I mean, there's not always been good popes. I mean, in the history of the Church, there have been quite bad popes, and yet the Church endures, and that's the astonishing thing from an historical perspective. And so today we pray that we are open to the promptings of the Holy Spirit in the conclave and for the cardinal electors.
I think it's particularly interesting that Mass is not just for the cardinals, but of course it's a Mass in St. Peter's Basilica, open to the public and to a lot of other people who want to come along and want to be part of that moment at the beginning. As you say, it's marking the beginning of the conclave, and to be actually part of that and to be able to pray together with the cardinal electors for the new Pope is an incredibly moving moment. And again, I noticed this morning there were a number of the ecumenical representatives here in Rome. We have a new Anglican bishop, Bishop Anthony, who is the new head of the Anglican Centre. We have the head of the Methodist Ecumenical Office, the Reformed churches, and they were there together with representatives from the Council, the Dicastery for Christian Unity, again praying together and gathered together with the cardinal electors, praying for a successful outcome to this conclave under the guidance, as you say, of the Holy Spirit.
And that homily brings us back to the whole concept of unity as well, because he also reminded those present about the duty to maintain the unity of the Church on the path traced out by Christ. And he explained that unity is marked by profound communion in diversity, provided that full fidelity to the gospel is maintained. Unity in a fractured world is even more poignant. We're living in a time in which the world is so divided. Just last night we learnt of yet another conflict, and I'm referring to the clashes that erupted between India and Pakistan, as every day we remember Gaza, we remember Ukraine, we remember Myanmar, we remember South Sudan, we remember Sudan. Unfortunately, the list is very, very long. So we really do need a moral compass back in this world.
I thought it was interesting during the lead up to this conclave to see the cardinals actually issuing a statement just ahead of their gathering here in the Sistine Chapel, issuing a statement calling for peace, calling for an end to conflicts, mentioning particularly Ukraine and Gaza, but as you say, by implication, the many other conflicts that are going on around the world. Of course, peace and an end to conflict was such a key theme for Pope Francis, and I thought it was particularly significant that the cardinals felt it necessary to show that they were absolutely following in this direction, and therefore that these, if you like, considerations that go way beyond those of the Catholic Church and of the Christian world, but the need for dialogue, the need for mediation, the need for peacemakers in our world is particularly on their minds at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see. Of course, we know that there have been that there are cardinals representing countries. I think it's more than 70 countries across the world. Is that right?
70, around 70 countries, yes, more than 70.
And therefore, obviously, these political considerations are of extreme importance alongside all the other church business, of course, that they will have been discussing.
And that communique that you mentioned, Philippa, was issued yesterday. We, the Cardinals of the Holy Roman Church, meeting in general congregation before the beginning of the conclave. That's the meetings that they hold in anticipation of the election. We, the Cardinals, noting with regret that there's been no progress in advancing the peace process in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in so many other parts of the world. And on the contrary, attacks have intensified, especially against civilian populations. We Cardinals make a heartfelt appeal to all parties involved to reach a permanent ceasefire as soon as possible and to negotiate without preconditions, without further delay, the peace long desired by the peoples involved and by the entire world. And that's been that was certainly a constant theme in Pope Francis' pontificate. Linda, just a moment ago when you were talking about all of those trouble spots throughout the world, all those places of conflict, it sounded just like our former Holy Father, where at his audience he'd constantly go through a litany almost of places that needed our prayers, where we needed peace. And the Cardinals conclude their appeal. We invite all the faithful to intensify their supplication to the Lord for a just and lasting peace. Linda, I know you follow closely the Pope's appeals for peace over the years, not just Pope Francis, but also before that.
Yes, as you were speaking, my mind immediately went to an interview that our colleague in the Africa English section did immediately after the death of Pope Francis. He interviewed the Bishop of Juba in South Sudan, who said, "We have lost the only advocate we have on this world scenario. We have lost the only voice who brings our suffering to the international community whenever he can." You know, it's a huge, huge void. Who is going to speak for us?
One of the historical titles is Pontifex Maximus, right? The Pope is meant to be the chief bridge builder, and the papacy has a unique spot on the world stage to be able to do that with its diplomatic corps, with its experience in this area. And I think back, Francis stands in a long line of popes who have been dedicated single-mindedly to peace. I think Benedict, one of the reasons Benedict chose that the name was Benedict XV, the great Pope of Peace in World War I. And I think of all of the appeals that Pius XII made during the devastation of World War II. And so the papacy is a beacon and needs to continue to be a beacon for these peacemaking movements in the world.
Coming back to South Sudan again, yes, popes have traditionally been peacemakers, people appealing for peace, but I think one of Francis's great strengths, of course, was his gestures, his ability to speak through gestures. And thinking of South Sudan, another thing that really comes to mind was the time that he met with the South Sudanese leaders, the president and the vice president, who were at loggerheads with each other. The conflict had been dragging on. He invited them to the Vatican for that session with the Archbishop of Canterbury and the moderator of the Church of Scotland. And I'm sure you've all seen the pictures where he gets down on his knees with great difficulty, and he gets down on his knees to kiss the shoes of these leaders in an extraordinary symbolic gesture of humility, to say to these leaders, these military leaders, stop the fighting. You've been elected to serve your people. And these are the gestures that I think sadly hasn't seemed to have been able to put an end to the war in that country, but very, very poignant and powerful gestures which will remain with us.
And let's remember all the times the popes have gone to the United Nations. We'll never forget Jamais plus la guerre, Pope Paul VI, and then Pope John Paul II, and Pope Francis. They have all been to that incredible forum of nations, that family of nations, to say, stop fighting, listen to the voice of the people. And as Pope Francis very famously wrote in his encyclical Laudato Si, heed the cry of the earth, heed the cry of the poor. It's an incredibly important role.
And I think you mentioned Pope Paul's very heartfelt. You could see it on his face when he cried out, "Never again war, never again war." And I think every subsequent pope that's visited the United Nations has quoted him there. I'm not absolutely certain of that, but Don, you mentioned the unique place of the Catholic Church. The Church is present in just about every country in the world, so they have a stake in a lot of these conflicts. Some places the Church is very small. Mongolia has a community of a few thousand people.
1,500
Catholics.
With the Cardinal, though, right?
But
with the Cardinal, who we saw today, Cardinal
Marengo. throughout the world. It does have the diplomatic corps, and I know you've done some studies to the diplomatic corps. It's not just the Pope's gestures, which are very, very important. You mentioned the beautiful gesture of the Pope kneeling at the feet of the leaders, but there's also so much work that goes on in the background, which is animated and inspired by the Pope. That's where the Secretary of State, the nuncios, are really trying to carry out the background work of trying to make the Pope's appeals a concrete reality.
One of the surprising things, people come to Rome, they find out it's a city with two sets of embassies, that there's embassies to the Republic of Italy and there's embassies to the Holy See. And the Holy See has diplomatic relations with an immense number of countries, including countries that are at utter loggerheads with one another. And so that in situations of war, in situations of conflict, nations can come to the Vatican and use the diplomatic service in order to exchange messages of peace, in order to exchange messages offering ceasefire. And so it's very important to remember the work of nuncios, of the special envoys when the Pope sent Cardinal Zuppi to Ukraine as a special envoy for peace. That this is something the Catholic Church is very good at and can be a force for helping to establish lasting peace in these troubled areas.
As you said, Don, that's something that the Church can do where you can speak with both parties as, if not exactly a neutral party, but at least something that's a little taking a step back, where you can't talk to one another, but you can talk to someone else. We saw that with the Second World War and some of the tremendous work of the Department of State. We also have seen with the Secretary of State, one of the big issues is the plight of displaced persons, and that was a big work of Vatican Radio in its early history. Linda Philippa, maybe you could speak about that role of the Holy See in the humanitarian work of the role of Vatican Radio in the humanitarian work of the Holy See.
Well, I think you're probably referring to the Second World War, right?
Especially, yes.
When the radio started a service announcing the names of prisoners of war, in order that people could tune in and hear whether their husbands, their fathers, their brothers were in these prisoner of war camps following the Second World War, and that was, as I say, way back after the Second World War. But of course, if you're talking about the plight of displaced people, then much more recently during this past decade, of course, we think of how significant an issue, I would say a top priority, this was for Pope Francis. Hard to forget that the first place he chose to visit after his election was the tiny island of Lampedusa down to the south of Italy here. Why? Because he wanted to remember all the people, all the many, many, many people who have lost their lives trying to flee their countries, trying to get to safety and security for their families, and losing their lives in the Mediterranean in these terrible flimsy boats that just capsize. And so these kind of, again, the image of him throwing that those flowers into the wreaths of flowers into the sea from the boat to remember the people who'd lost their lives there, and then speaking with other migrants who had successfully arrived in Lampedusa on that first visit. It was a theme that he started out that way, and he continued to do that all the way through his pontificate, to remember migrants and refugees and people seeking peace, seeking safety, seeking decent standards of living. It really was a top priority for him, I think.
And he did that in the company of the ecumenical patriarch, if I'm not mistaken. I think Bartholomew was on that boat with him.
Bartholomew went to the refugee camp in Lesbos.
Right,
I think you're thinking of the time he visited there when he went on a trip to Greece, and he travelled there with, Patriarch Bartholomew, for whom also this is a priority. And it was, again, a moving occasion to talk to many of these men, women and children who had risked everything to cross the sea to try and get to safety. And meeting with refugees in the camp there was another very significant moment. But also here in the Vatican, you remember, he invited families. He had families come over here with the help of the St. Egidio community.
The Humanitarian Corridors.
The Humanitarian Corridors program. There was an awful lot of work went on together with the Dicastery for Integral Human Development and the Refugee Department there, and all the work that's been done, particularly during this past decade, I would say, is extremely significant.
Meanwhile, I'm seeing here on the chat that's adjourning us is that the people in the square are clapping their hands in an attempt to get the Cardinals to hurry up with the voting process.
We're going to have an Urban VI situation.
They've been in there for a couple of hours now, haven't they?
They have been, yeah, they've been waiting out there.
Maybe we can take a short musical break.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, we welcome you to Vatican Radio's live coverage of the Conclave to elect the 266th successor of St. Peter. 267th Pope, 266th successor, I think, is last count. But that's actually an interesting point because the official list of popes has changed numerous times over the years. And in fact, there was a change in the 20th century with different popes who had traditionally been counted as popes suddenly struck from the list, and perhaps some other clarifications from historical scholars.
Well, so you have things like Benedict IX, who was Pope 3 different times, and then John the 20th that didn't quite make the list eventually, and so they had to skip one. And so the list of popes does, when historians look at these things and they get more details and they get more ideas, the Church will decide whether or not that this person was a legitimate Roman pontiff or not. Because this is an important question. This is a Catholic fact. We have to know who is the Pope. We have to know because Christ promised this to his Church, and so it's critical that we know who and what are. But so sometimes in the dim recesses of history where we have too few records, it's difficult to say for sure.
I'm not a historian myself, but of course the medallions in the great Basilica of St. Mary Major that contain the images.
Now that's St. Paul's Basilica outside the walls.
St. Paul's outside the walls, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
But presumably the number up on the wall there is what we consider to be the official tally, is that right?
Not quite, in fact, because at least a few anti-popes are up in medallions, including my personal favorite, at one time considered a pope, now considered an anti-pope, Pope Christopher, the one and only. He's one of them that they struck from the list due to the rather odd circumstances,
untoward circumstances regarding an election
of his accession. Meanwhile, if you are just joining us, we are entering the third hour of our coverage of the conclave. We are anxiously awaiting smoke to appear from the chimney in above the Sistine Chapel. That's still not happening. As we heard just a little while ago, the crowds that have now gathered in St. Peter's Square are getting a little enthusiastic in their expectation of the Pope. As we do enter our third hour, I would like once again to thank our television and radio partners, including EWTN TV, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World Television Network USA, At Madarshan TV, Catholic TV, Mada TV India, and Uganda Catholic Television, UCTV, as well as radio partners Luminous Radio and Radio Katipunan in the Philippines. I'm here with Linda Bordoni, our very learned guests, Philippa Hitchin and Don Prudlow. And perhaps we could talk a little bit about what we can expect. Some of us have been listening to our broadcast now for a couple of hours and maybe wondering what's happening and what's going on right at the moment.
Well, I think they're getting ready to burn the ballots. Meantime, another thing we've all been chatting about in the run-up is what name will the new pontiff choose? Because it's a long-standing tradition that the baptismal name is changed, but it hasn't always been so, if I'm not mistaken. But we do know that the first act of the new pope, immediately after accepting his canonical election as the supreme pontiff and before fulfilling other obligations, is the choice of his name. And this name is announced famously on the loggia by the Cardinal Protodeacon after the famous formula Habemus Papam, followed by the Pope's baptismal name in Latin. So Francis was the first Francis. I remember we were going, we're going to call him Francis the First, and we were told, no, it's just Francis. He is the first. But it's an old custom that apparently emerged as early as the first millennium of Christianity. And I'm reading here, Professor, because
it's 1,500 years old, so it is a pretty well-established custom.
And can you tell us anything about the popularity of certain names, why they became so much more popular than others, why Francis perhaps was never chosen until this last pontificate?
Well, there have been a series of quite traditional names. I mean, there's a good list with 266 popes to choose from. There's good, and it ties people back into continuity with the past. Benedict, naming himself after Saint Benedict, and after Pope Benedict XV, the Pope of Peace. I tend to think Pope Benedict XIV, the great scholar pope as well, that he tied himself to. But and then you had the innovation of John Paul, right, having the two papal names. And he will be, if there ever is another Francis, he will have to be Francis I. I mean, he doesn't have any choice.
He will be Francis I.
He will have to be Francis. If there's a Francis II, there's going to have to be. He'd have to be retroactively promoted to Francis I. But this is a great moment, because it's the first time that we can get an insight into the mind of the new pope when they have this name. So, for instance, if, as a lot of people think, the new pope may choose the name Leo, we know that that's probably in line with Leo's great work with social justice, with Catholic social teaching, but also, hopefully, Leo's great work with Catholic academics as well.
But how many Leos have there been?
Well, he would be Leo the 14th. Okay. So there would be Leo the 14th. But John, John would be a popular one. Paul would be a popular one, or John Paul III even. But all those will have nuances, right? They'll all have meanings that the Pope will be able to tell us, and we won't be able to exhaust them. I mean, they're suggestive, right? We'll see. Well, that's an interesting name.
And the commentators will be out in force to explain exactly why the Pope chose that particular name. We've seen there's certainly a tradition of choosing names from immediate or close predecessors.
There has been, and Benedict sort of broke that, and that was interesting. And I think that's because we had John Paul and then John Paul. I think that was good to break off from that a little bit. But you're right, they go up and down in popularity. I doubt that we'll get a Sixtus VI. I think that we may have ended that line. That probably won't make it.
We haven't had many Pauls.
We haven't had many Pauls, right? There's been a lot more Johns than Pauls. But that's definitely a possibility. That's not. But then you have these strange names from early in papal history, right? Like Conon or Lando, and those are likely going to continue to stay in abeyance. But a name like Innocent or Clement, right? These were immensely popular in the 17th and 18th century. And they tied them back to those great histories with those names too. I mean, John's was kind of a surprise, because there had not been very many creditable Johns in papal history, and so it was kind of a surprise, particularly. And there was controversy even about his numbering, because one of the anti-popes of Avignon was John the 23rd. There's actually an anti-pope, John the 23rd, buried in Florence, so that was confusing as well. But he wanted to make his personal statement with that.
And as you say, some names gain popularity because of wildly popular popes, but some names fall off when you've had a pope who really did have, as you said, a discreditable reputation, and suddenly we see a lot fewer. One of perhaps the most famous bad popes, Alexander VI, and we did have a successor, but afterwards the name just kind of fell into disuse for now since several hundred years.
Right, that's right. But this, I mean, there was very good Alexanders in history as well. As well, some not so good Alexanders. But and popes don't always choose a name based on Christian principles. So Pius II, he was Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, and he was so enamored of the Aeneid that he wanted to be Pius Aeneas. So he was Pius II, not because of any devotion to Saint Pius. Julius
because II, the devotion to Virgil.
To Virgil. Well, it's much like Dante, right? Our beloved Dante. And Julius II wanted to be named after Julius Caesar. I think so. That worked. But there were both Piuses after Pius II and Juliuses after Julius II. So
having had so many Italian popes, of course, throughout history, all selecting from perhaps what you're talking about, some of the traditional names. I'm wondering what a difference it might make having cardinals from these 70 different countries, and if perhaps we should have a pope from Africa or Asia or again Latin America, wondering what difference that might make in the selection of a name.
That would be interesting because we have had Greek popes and Syriac popes and African popes. The great Pope Gelasius was North African, and Pope Zephyrinus was Syrian. There was a period in the 8th century where we had almost all Greek and Syrian popes. And so looking back to that history would be instructive as well. I mean, to the persecuted Christians of the Middle East or of North Africa, it could point to that and still be rooted in the Church's history as well.
You certainly need a historian on hand, don't you, to help you make this selection. I can see that you're never going to be out of a job.
They've never let historians into the conclave, though. There's no on-call historian, so maybe.
And how important is it that a pope be proficient in Latin?
Well, I think it's critical as the patriarch of the West and as the head of the Latin Rite of the Catholic Church. I mean, it's pretty critical. And you saw, I mean, the when you have these big international events, you notice that the entire thing was conducted in Latin for these cardinals, and it helps in a certain sense to decenter any particular ethnicity or linguistic group that provides something of that common unity that when the liturgy used to be in one language, that did provide that commonality throughout the world, but still today provides it at these really critical moments, so that when all Christians come together in Rome to celebrate Mass with the Pope, that they can sing the Pater Noster in one language, and so I think that's a wonderful thing. So it's pretty critical that he knows. The new Pope will have to know Italian too, since Italian has become the lingua franca of the Holy See.
It was very interesting during the broadcast prior to this one when we watched the Cardinals going into conclave, and there was a long moment where each of the Cardinals swore to uphold the oath. The full oath was read by Cardinal Parolin, and then each successive cardinal said, "I personally swear to abide by this with my hands on the Gospels." But all of them made that oath in Latin. And if you were watching on the video, you saw they had a cheat sheet in front of them with the precise phrase. But what was really fascinating, you saw Latin cardinals, but you also saw cardinals from Eastern churches from all over the world, and each of them was pronouncing the exact same words in Latin in their own language. And I thought that was one of the most moving parts of the ceremony, where you'd hear an American perhaps with a bit of an Irish accent, and you'd hear a Japanese cardinal or an African cardinal, or cardinals from all over the world.
Mm-hmm. I heard Stephen Brislin
with
his South African accent.
For those of you, I mean, we all remember Pope Benedict pronouncing his Latin with a very strong German accent, which I found very endearing. So it really does offer a kind of point of unity where it's not a living language that's going to be privileged, but it's a language that everybody can kind of have a share in.
And yet the language question, of course, is quite an issue for cardinals coming from so many different countries, perhaps in places where they haven't had an education in Latin to the same degree as would happen here, for example, in the universities, the pontifical universities in Rome, even in the general congregations and so on and so forth. What is the general rule for the language that is spoken? You mentioned the need to speak Italian, of course, if you are elected Pope, because that is the language. As the Bishop of Rome, you're expected to have a good command of Italian, but that isn't necessarily the case for a lot of these men, is it?
Several popes have reiterated the importance of learning Latin, and so, because I mean that's the language of canon law and of all official documents in the Catholic Church. It's really critical that we help to form young priests, especially in emerging countries. But then we also expect them, like you said, we expect them to learn Italian too, and so this is also extremely difficult for particularly non-Mediterranean, non-Western people, and so a privileging of Latin would sort of decenter Italian in that way a little bit. You would still have to learn Italian, but you'd have this more focused on that universal language.
And that's a bit an interesting question. Up until not very long ago, most of the cardinals would have had some common language, maybe not knowing Latin very well, but having a little bit so that they could at least talk to one another. And we already saw in the general congregations before that in the various synods, the synods of synodality, where you have to come up with a language that people can understand, or make sure that different addresses, documents are translated into various languages. For a long time, the cardinals would have been largely well-educated, and or when I say well, not good, but in the sense of had a lot of education and maybe could talk to one another. One of the things they've talked about with this conclave, with 133 different cardinals, not all of them speak Italian, not all of them speak English or Spanish, which are somewhat common languages, but they're in a room where if they want to talk to one another, there are some limitations as to their ability to communicate. And that
and we see it with synodality too, right? We often get shunted off into language groups, right? Which is sort of defeating the purpose of the whole idea. I mean, just it's difficult for us to conceive of, say, but Vatican II, to think back to Vatican II, and that the entire thing for 4 years was conducted in Latin, with everyone having an equal voice and able to discuss with one another in that. Now, it's possible that new translation software and things can come and make a difference like this, but having that common tongue has been something that's been very important to the Western world.
That would be an interesting technological change if in some future conclave they're all issued a universal communicator to translate on the spot, and then you don't have to worry about translators coming in and violating.
And I think about that ecumenically too, because I mean the use of Latin transcended the boundaries of the Catholic Church for so many centuries. In Europe, it was the common diplomatic language. It was the language. There's a famous exchange between C.S. Lewis and an Italian priest. Neither of them spoke the other's language, so they wrote each other letters in Latin. And so that is one of those commonalities too that we all share.
Yeah. And we're still waiting for the
smoke to appear.
Even the seagull has given up.
Yeah,
I'm hearing it's getting chilly out there as well.
And one of the things that we can expect is that at least some of the cardinals probably have in mind what effect this is having on people outside.
I would think, yes.
Could be a good sign because... or it could be just that they're waiting to burn the ballots. Who knows?
But they should, because it's just one ballot, that they wouldn't have to wait after the scrutiny is done.
But as you were saying earlier, I think, Chris, this is going to affect timings, isn't it? I'm imagining not just today, but we start again tomorrow morning. Just give us a recap of the times that are expected. The Cardinals gather again at 9 o'clock in the morning, is that right? Inside the Sistine Chapel?
They begin with Mass and prayer. The actual voting is largely, as we've said, it's not a point... The conclave is not a place where people are going to get up and give campaign speeches or much speeches at all. I've heard many cardinals talk about conclaves as more like a retreat than anything else. And when they come into the Sistine Chapel and do the vote, that's all they do. So what we've been kind of expecting, it's very imprecise, as we're seeing even as we speak. We're kind of expecting the first votes to take place and maybe be finished up by 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning. If there's a positive outcome, we would see the white smoke then. If not, they'll proceed immediately to a second vote, which is then going to take another an hour and a half. And at the conclusion of that vote, they will burn ballots from both of the previous scrutinies. So then we could see either black or white smoke. The kind of general feeling and general ideas that might happen around 1 o'clock each day.
Yeah, and let's remember that this service that we are providing is not just in English, of course. Being Vatican Radio, it's in 7 languages, the live service that we are doing now, but the other languages will also be broadcasting, so it's going out in a lot of languages as we speak, and of course everything is on our website, on our social media, on Twitter,
and not just spoken languages,
and not just spoken languages, the sign languages, in various sign languages. There's the Italian sign language, the American sign
yes.
sign language, And I'm hearing here that we have Devon on the line. He's still in the square. Devon. Hello.
Hi, Linda.
Hi. Good.
Yes, I'm in the square with they say about 30,000 people. There's a real kind of anxiousness. Everybody's getting impatient, all wondering when we're going to see the smoke. We put an image, close-up image of the smoke, the chimney, and it's everybody's just watching it, staring at the screen.
Is it getting dark?
It is. It's starting. The sun's gone down. They've turned on the lights. The mood is set, and everyone's wondering what's going to happen.
We're all wondering what's going to happen. We've entered the 2.5 hours since the beginning of this commentary. And so, yes, the seagull appears to have also left its position next to the chimney.
It's also growing impatient.
He's gone off for supper as well. You can see some of the crowd starting to stream out of the square for their supper's calling, but I get the feeling it's going to happen soon.
Have you spoken to any other pilgrims or Romans in the square who have specially come for the occasion?
Yes, I spoke to a priest who's from South Africa. He was just telling me that he was here visiting with a couple of other of his brother priests, and they all came out here and they got separated here in the push of the crowd, and everyone's just excited. I think everyone's given up a little bit of hope for this evening, at least for a white smoke, but we never give up hope for they could still be, or they could be saying right now, who knows? They can't believe themselves that they've decided. We will find out shortly.
We will. Thank you very much, Devon.
And what's very interesting is that if they have chosen not to do a vote this evening, or if there's a problem, it's probably not the level of intervention that will cause them to break the conclave. So there's no real means for them to let us know what's happening inside. So we're gonna keep guessing and keep waiting and praying. For those of you who are listening in, we can tell you a little bit about how you can listen in to and follow the papal election on Vatican Media. As we mentioned, we followed the Mass for the election of a Roman Pontiff earlier this morning. You can learn some more about that on our website. If you're watching on TV, you see our famous seagull has returned, at least one of them. There are various languages that you can follow the events in, including sign languages, American Sign Language, and some of the Spanish and Italian versions. Vatican Media is also providing video and photo coverage of the various events that took place today, the Mass and the entry into the Conclave. And we will be opening up a live broadcast for each of the periods when we do expect a papal vote, continuing tomorrow morning, beginning at, I believe, 10 a.m.
I think the broadcast goes live at 10:30 a.m.
10:30 a.m.
That's right.
And you can go to our Vatican website to find all of the broadcast times. And we do really hope you will join us. We do invite you as well to visit our social media pages, including Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube, where you can follow along and see everything that's happening, or in this case, not happening this evening, as we wait for the sign that a scrutiny has taken place.
You're talking about social media, you're talking about the radio broadcasts. Of course, the Osservatore Romano, the Vatican newspaper, is also waiting anxiously for the results of this papal election. If I remember rightly, they produce a special edition,
remember rightly.
Yes. And almost as soon as the announcement is made on the balcony, the presses start rolling, or at least the copy editors start putting out this edition so that it can be distributed free, I think, in St. Peter's Square to people as soon after the event.
As was the one that marked the passing of Pope Francis. Meanwhile, they tell me we have someone else in the square. It's Sister Nina Krapic. She works here at the Dicastery for Communications. She is a communications expert. Nina, hello.
Hello, Linda. Hi to all of our listeners and everyone who is following us live now. I am at St. Peter's Square, just here in front of St. Peter's Basilica, and the atmosphere is pretty incredible. I'm not sure have I ever seen this many people from this perspective. It's incredible because nobody is moving for an hour and a half as long as we're standing here. It's really incredible.
It's your first conclave, isn't it, Nina?
Yes, it's my first time. It's the first time that I'm going to see the smoke coming out from this chimney live. Of course, been seeing it on TV before, but this is something different. Yeah.
You are an expert in communications, but not only in social media communications. How do you think Generation X, the millennials, are following this conclave?
Sorry, you didn't hear
how do you think
the last part of the question?
I was speaking about social media, which is very much your field, and getting the message out to the younger generations. How are they following this conclave? What kind of interest have you been perceiving from them? You are very young yourself, Nina.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is now on social media. Social media is the main source of the news for them, and also on everything, but also on this conclave. Actually, now, as I was standing here, I've seen so many influencers here, influencers, consecrated influencers and lay influencers, and they are reporting on this live on social media. So I think they're covered pretty good this time about the conclave. And of course, I mean, the pop culture, you know, it's told, the movies and everything that came out lately. So I think maybe, research should be done, but it's probably the first time that even young people are very informed on the conclave, on the process of conclave, because everything is so accessible now.
Well, you know how we knew that you were there, Nina? Leo, my son Leo, saw you on Instagram in the square.
Of course, because of course I posted something. You know, we were all making videos here and just moving around here because it's pretty incredible. You know, because we all expected it around 7, and so I'm listening to people around, and they're like, "Should we go?"
Right.
Knows if the chimney's broken. No. So actually, no one is moving, and we're just looking at that chimney. And my friend said, "Now, are you aware, Nina, that we're looking at a chimney for an hour and a half?" Like, yeah.
A chimney and a seagull, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, pretty incredible.
Thank you,
and
Nina.
We hope it's going to answer. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, and
we'll be speaking to you again. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you for telling me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was Nina Kravitz. She knows all about influencers and the dicastery that has understood very profoundly that it has to move with the times if it wants to keep up with the world, and has brought her in to study the role of influencers in communication and to talk to gatherings. She goes to speak at conferences about the church and communications with a very new voice.
You need a dicastery of influencing.
Interesting, though, that what we think of as the generation that likes everything instantly, that people should be standing there for an hour and a half, 2.5 hours now, watching a chimney without anything happening at all. So quite a turnout for the books, and interesting to see the reaction. Will people not be so interested over the coming days, or will that simply increase the tension and increase the interest? We'll have to see tomorrow what happens.
Francesca's telling me the numbers have gone up. There are 45,000 people in the square at 20:35. That's 25 to 9 local time here in Rome.
Well, it's still mercifully before Italian dinner time, but it's well past American dinner time.
You were giving us the timeline, Chris, earlier on. Tomorrow in the morning, as you say, the Cardinals go in. They have 2 votes in the morning. Then they break for lunch, don't they?
They do have a break in the afternoon. they will, after the second vote, if a first vote is not conclusive, they'll go immediately to the second vote. Then they do have some time. They'll have their lunch. There will be more prayers. Of course, each session of the voting in the Sistine Chapel is marked by prayer, especially to the Holy Spirit. We can take a look at some of the prayers that we saw today for the opening of the conclave. And then the expectation is, Don was just talking about Roman meal times, but time for a long lunch or a nap, and then they'll be back in the Sistine Chapel.
Always in the seclusion of Santa Marta.
Always in the seclusion of Santa Marta. I was struck, we've mentioned a couple of times, the movie The Conclave, and we've all seen various parts of the conclave, and I noticed a lot of the sets bear zero resemblance whatsoever to the places they're purporting to be. But going back to the schedule, we will have, or expect to have, a vote in the afternoon. That's what's provided for in Universi Dominici Gregis. We'll begin coverage around 4 in the afternoon Rome time. And if there is a successful vote, we'll see the white smoke. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for a few more hours, and possibly the first smoke we might see in the afternoon in coming days might be around 5:30 or 6. Later, if it does go to a second ballot, we will see smoke of some sort, hopefully, around 7 or 7:30 is the expectation. But as we talked about, there was...
I'm getting news about that. Apparently the last time there was not a vote, so there was no smoke during the session, was in 1941. But they're also pointing out...
There wouldn't have been, right? Because there wasn't a conclave that year.
Ooh, wow.
So that was to be expected.
So that was not a good information I get here. Because they also point out there were far fewer cardinals in that conclave, but as you say, no conclave in 1941.
Maybe they meant 1939.
We'll have to check that. Check on that again.
And still nothing. It still looks quite light out there.
And of course, the cameras are pointing out towards the west, so the last shreds of daylight will be seen from the perspective that we're looking at the chimney. Whereas if you, for those in the square, if they turn around and look out to the east, they'll see that the light is dying out. We can see out the window here, sky's growing pretty dark in the other direction, and we might have a situation where it does become difficult to see the smoke or tell what color it is.
In which case we would be waiting for the bells again, as we were mentioning earlier, if it's a successful vote. Otherwise, people will be craning their necks to see what they can see from the square. But
meanwhile, it might be a good opportunity to talk about one of the unique features of this conclave. For, as we've mentioned earlier, there are 133 cardinals who entered into the conclave. That's the largest number of cardinals ever. And there was actually a little bit of a discrepancy in the law and the procedures governing the conclave, because Paul VI in 1975 had introduced a rule that the maximum number of cardinal electors would not be more than 120. Don, maybe you could tell us a little bit about the history of the numbers of electors. Maybe even going back a little further, the question of who would be made an elector was a very contentious issue, and when popes would make new cardinals to influence perhaps the conclaves, this was a big point of contention with the college at times.
Yes, absolutely. So the origins of as you know, there are 3 levels of cardinals. There's cardinal bishops, there's cardinal priests, and cardinal deacons. And originally, there are 6 cardinal bishops of the Suburbicarian sees. He's like Frascati and Ostia. Ostia is the senior bishop on the see. There were 35 cardinal priests. The cardinal priests were drawn from the original tituli, the early parishes of the city of Rome. And so we can see before even the year 500 the lists of the original parishes, and they would be given the title to these parishes. And there were 14 cardinal deacons. The city was divided into 14 different districts based on the needs of the faithful. And so as time went on, this number was fixed at 70. But during the early modern period, the church had grown so much and worldwide that 70 wasn't enough to give a decent representation for the church anymore. And so during the after Vatican II, the number was increased to 120, and this allowed for a much wider representation of cardinals from throughout the world. And the discrepancy came because popes wanted to make more appointments, because you have cardinals aging out all the time. They're always, every month or two you have another cardinal that doesn't get to vote anymore. And it's not just Francis that exceeded the number. Benedict and John Paul also exceeded the number. They just did not have a conclave during the period when the number was exceeded. And so clearly it's the manifest will of the supreme legislator, from the three last popes, that if there were to be a conclave, it would be it would be that all the eligible electors. So the cardinals a couple days ago made a decision saying that this was the manifest will of the elector. All cardinals under 80 who are in Rome and can participate can vote.
Joining us now in studio, we have Joseph Tulloch, our very own Joseph Tulloch from the English section. We were mentioning the Mass this morning. Joseph was actually one of the readers at that Mass, as he read the other day at the after the funeral Mass in suffrage for Pope Francis. Joe, you were standing out there in that square filled with tens of thousands of people. First of all, would you like to tell us what that felt like and how you lived this experience?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Joe. I'm part of the English team here at Vatican News. And what Linda's talking about there is... So I was reading this morning, but before that I had the chance to read at the second, what they call Novem Diales Mass, so the second Mass, basically in memory of Pope Francis. It was really nice. It was a really... great opportunity to say goodbye to the Pope. That was right after the death, and we were still really, really missing him. So that was a really great opportunity. It was about 200,000 people showed up for that Mass. I think some of them had been planning to come. There was supposed to be the canonization of Carlo Acutis on that day, and so there was lots of young people who were already going to be in Rome. But what was nice was they were clearly happy to be there for the Mass that they had to go to instead, which was the second memorial Mass for the Pope. There's lots of cheering. They really... there was really... Sorry, I thought I saw a flash of smoke there, but it was just the seagulls weighing, I think.
Right.
Very disappointing. So that was a really great opportunity. And then this morning, too, that was the Missa pro Eligendo, so the Mass for the election of the Pope, and it's basically this opportunity for the Cardinals to come together, and together with the people of God, lots of ordinary Catholics and perhaps some non-Catholics gathered in the Basilica with them to pray and to invoke the Holy Spirit on this conclave process. So really nice. I did, to be honest, when I've been here now at Vatican News for about 2.5 years, and I always imagined that the conclave would be this period where I'd be doing so much journalism and going around and reporting on everything, and in the end I've just read a lot of Masses. But that's nice as well, and I've really... You've
been working hard as well, writing
that's true as
well. And what reading did you do this morning?
So it was a reading, putting me on the spot, it was from, I think, the prophet Isaiah, and really nice reading about, I think it's the one that has, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, He has appointed me to preach the good word to the poor, something like that. So the kind of a reading coming out of this prophetic tradition in the Old Testament, and of course the readings are picked, I assume, with kind of the idea of reminding the cardinals of what they're looking for in a pope. So somebody who will have who will have the poor in mind. I think I'm getting the reading right. It's funny actually, when you're there reading, you're so focused on saying the words right that you're not even thinking about what it means. So I may have misremembered what the reading was.
No, I think
that was the one.
remembering rightly that it was focused on the characteristics that a new pope should hopefully have. So absolutely. Yeah. Joe is going to be in studio with us again in these coming days as we await the smoke, unless at this point it could be white.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah. That's right. I'm going to be joining on Friday morning. If, of course, we could very well have a new pope by then, because by then there will have been There'll be 9 ballots between now and Friday morning. So there's 1 ballot this evening, and then there'll be 4 tomorrow. And so it's quite possible to have a new Pope by Friday morning, but if not, you'll be able to listen to me and my wonderful colleague Francesca Merlo, who's producing today, but she'll be joining me in the studio on Friday morning. If we don't have a Pope by then, who knows?
Yes, thank you here to Francesca Merlo and to Mario Scatton, who are both working on the other side of the window here in this Vatican Radio studio.
We've been talking a bit about all that's happened between the funeral and the general congregations leading up to this conclave. Perhaps we could just take a brief look at actually what happens. We've talked about the Pope coming out onto the balcony, the first acclamation by the people of Rome and so on. But then we have to look forward also to the installation, the inauguration of the new papal ministry. Perhaps we could talk a little bit about what happens then, remembering past occasions. It's usually about a week, isn't it, between the announcement, between the successful outcome of the conclave.
Well, first of all the delegations that are going to be here in Rome for that ceremony have to get here, so it can't be immediately afterwards. There are some technical times that have to be respected, so even should the Pope be elected on Friday, it couldn't be on Sunday. It would just be too early, although on Sunday he could probably do his first Angelus address.
Yes, absolutely. And we have to remember that if he's a bishop already, and all the cardinals in there, and most of the cardinals are bishops, that he becomes Pope the moment he accepts. When the cardinal asks him, do you accept the canonical election as Roman pontiff? And he says, yes, he's the Pope. And so the installation mass is, it's not a formality, it's a very important moment that he inaugurates his Petrine ministry. But he becomes Pope with full authority at that moment. And then the inauguration, I remember being at the inauguration in 2013 and being up on the colonnade. That was a great privilege. I love doing that. You see, because then you allow people just for the funeral too, like when they have the delay, you want the dignitaries to be able to come, and they will come. I mean, as we've seen it, I mean, the world pays attention to what happens in this city, and that's critical. But there's a whole set of ceremonies that go along with the new Pope, right? That end and culminate really after the installation mass with the actual possessio, the taking possession of his cathedral at St. John Lateran, which I was also present for when Pope Francis took charge of his cathedral. And so this is a wonderful series of events that makes fuller the meaning of what's happening in the Sistine Chapel right now.
Pope Francis particularly wanted his inauguration, if I remember correctly, to be on the feast day of St. Joseph. Isn't that right? And that, of course, became, again, a bit of a theme during the pontificate. We learnt that he had the statue of the sleeping Joseph that he would keep on his bedside table there in Santa Marta. Had a particular significance for him, didn't it?
And he inserted the name of Joseph in every mass that was said throughout the world. So this is a great devotion to St. Joseph, to St. Joseph and his feast days as patron of the Universal Church, but also as a patron of workers and as a patron of Christian fathers. It was very important to him, for sure.
The thing I remember particularly about the installation of Francis, of course, was that it was only 3 days apart from the Archbishop of Canterbury. And because I was covering ecumenical affairs, I wanted to be in both places. And fortunately, because there was that little time gap, it could have been on the same day. But actually, in the end, I was able to be here in Rome for the papal inaugural mass, the papal installation, and then get to Canterbury as well for the Archbishop of Canterbury's taking the beginning of his ministry there in Canterbury Cathedral. And there was a nice, when Francis died, there was a nice little tribute from Justin Welby, no longer, of course, the Archbishop of Canterbury, but there was a nice tribute in which he talks about his first meeting with Pope Francis, and he was ushered into these, extraordinarily elaborate and baroque surroundings in the apostolic palace, and feeling a little bit intimidated anyway. And he sits down, and the Pope begins by saying, I'm senior to you, as you know. And of course his kind of heart sunk, and he thought, well, this kind of wasn't the tone I was expecting. And then the Pope looks up and jokes and goes, by 3 days only. And that was kind of the tone that the jokes continued, and it was the beginning of a very strong relationship in which which they kind of lived out this ministry of walking and working together, which became the leitmotif of the sort of Anglican Catholic dialogue through this past 12 years.
Well, in a much more modest register, we also learnt to know him and to walk with him after that 13th of March, which we don't forget because we were here. We didn't know who Bergoglio was, and very slowly we began to understand him. He went to Lampedusa, as you mentioned, his very first journey abroad, after having said that he didn't really want to travel. It wasn't his thing, but he went to Lampedusa because that issue was so important for him. And being there, he realized, he told us afterwards, he realized how important it was for the people to feel his closeness and to feel he was going to them. And he ended up undertaking 48 apostolic journeys abroad, as well as many others within Italy. Joe was on his last apostolic journey abroad to Belgium. Penultimate, because the last one was to Corsica,
exactly.
But you went to Belgium.
That's right. Yeah. So there was a very quick one to Corsica where he came back, and I think within the day, exactly. But before that, the longest kind of traditional journey, the last traditional papal journey was the one he did to Luxembourg and Belgium. I was with the Pope for the stop he did in Belgium. And it was an interesting papal journey because it came right after this huge one that lasted several weeks across a couple of countries in Asia.
So 4 countries.
4 countries in Asia.
Asia and Oceania.
Yeah, and there'd been some. So, for instance, he'd been in East Timor, where something crazy like 70% or 60% of the population turned up for a mass he celebrated, and these incredible scenes. And I think it's the most Catholic country in the world, with the possible exception of Vatican City.
No, I think it's more Catholic than Vatican City.
Okay.
That's what the Vatican officials quit. But
right. And so he'd just come back from that, and then he came to Belgium, which is obviously a fairly secular country. It's a country that's been really marked by the sexual abuse crisis, which is something that's happened in the church all over the world, but it was particularly bad in Belgium. And so it's a country where there's also, on a level, there's some also distrust, I think you can say, towards the church. And so it was a very interesting papal journey for that reason. The Pope did a couple of things. So he met with survivors of sexual abuse, and that was a closed-door meeting, so there were no journalists there. We don't know exactly what was said, but there were some interviews afterwards with some of the survivors who said that he really listened to them and they felt moved by that. And he also visited some universities. So Belgium is home to 2 famous Catholic universities. I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. One is, I think, Leuven, and one is Louvain. And one is Dutch-speaking or Flemish-speaking, the other one is French-speaking. And they're 2 very historic, very prestigious Catholic universities, and the Pope visited both of them. There was, if I remember rightly, there was at Leuven, the Flemish Dutch-speaking one. He kind of had an exchange with the professors, and then what was interesting was afterwards when he came to Louvain, it was more a dialogue with the students. But on both kind of occasions, he was doing what we really came to expect from Pope Francis, which was this dialogue, kind of talking to people, even people who disagreed with him. I remember there was some when the students were talking to him, as well as they agreed with a lot of what he said, and then they were pointing out some points where they disagreed, and that was really typical of Pope Francis as well, this desire to talk to people, even people that didn't agree with him.
Absolutely.
And so it was kind of it was a classic Francis trip in that way.
I was speaking to the international director of the Jesuit Refugee Service just slightly after his death, and he said very much what you have been saying. He would sit down and enter into dialogue with the person he had before him, and it was never a problem to disagree or to listen to a differing perspective. In fact, he was interested in doing exactly that.
Yeah. Certainly the fact of his meeting with Jesuits wherever he travelled in any of the journeys around the world became a particular hallmark, didn't it, of these trips, and I think a particularly important moment for the Jesuit community throughout the world. I'm wondering, Don, if you can tell us anything about the frequencies of popes belonging to particular orders as opposed to those who don't. I mean,
it's not terribly common. We remember it was almost a shock when Jorge Bergoglio was a Jesuit, right? It was kind of popularly thought that a Jesuit would never become pope. So that was very shocking. There have been several popes from religious orders. From the Franciscans and Dominicans, each have a handful of popes. None since the 18th century, late 18th century. There have been some monk popes, particularly during the period of the monastic revival in the 11th century. But by and large, they have been taken, a lot of them, from the secular clergy. That's been mainly, and they've kind of gone back and forth between the diplomatic corps and between canon lawyers and theologians, and that's been pretty much the case. There hasn't been too much of a, while there is always, I would say, about 15% of representation in the College of Cardinals come from religious orders. They do not often get elected to the papacy. And I don't think it's any particular animus against. It maybe historically have been against Jesuits, but that's not. But I'm talking back from the very foundation of the order. But it's really something that the person has to fit the job too. And very often religious orders are focused on a ministry. They're focused on a particular specialty. And the pastor, the secular priest, the bishop has got to be all things to all people. And that often is better training for the kind of things you'll encounter in the papacy than other forms of religious living.
And I'm wondering, is that 15% roughly the same today with the cardinals who are gathered behind the walls of the Sistine Chapel?
I could make a count, but I would suggest it's roughly 15 to 20%.
And so after the Pope died, I saw a couple of headlines saying something along the lines of Pope Francis never stopped being a Jesuit. And this idea that as you were saying there, that each of these orders has their own charism and they really mark the members of those orders. I don't know if you have any thoughts about the ways in which Pope Francis never stopped being a Jesuit, the ways in which his Jesuit formation really shaped him and became the Pope that we all knew.
I think the Jesuit formation creates such strong individuals. They are able to. I mean, think of the great Jesuit missionaries that are able to operate. They're meant from the very foundation not to live in religious community, right? I mean, they're meant to be able to be sort of sole proprietors sometimes when they need to be, and so go off like Francis Xavier around the world by themselves, never see another Jesuit for years and years and years. And I think that kind of style, that kind of particularly the Jesuit emphasis on obedience and on sort of the voluntas of the superior was very much in evidence in ways that you might not see from a Dominican perspective as well. So I think that strongly individualistic way of doing things. I don't mean individualism in a bad sense. I mean a strong, well-formed person that is able to act and knows their mind and acts in that way. And Jesuit formation is really effective at creating that. And so I think we saw some of those aspects coming out in his papacy for sure.
Would you say also the question of discernment, which is a particular feature of the spiritual exercises of the Jesuit mindset in some ways, and of course the discernment process is perhaps at the basis of this synodality, the synods on synodality and so on that Pope Francis has begun and as we know has set in motion through to another synod in 2028. I think that would perhaps also be another feature of.
I think
of
so.
The Jesuits.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'd like to remember Pope Francis's last gift, which was a Pope Mobile that has been readapted, thank you, Philippa, into a health clinic for the people of Gaza. I think that is such a significant and powerful gesture, reminding the world of those most in need.
And it came, of course, following the phone calls that he traditionally made so regularly to the parish, the Holy Family Parish in Gaza, which I think you visited. I was able to do so when I went there
when you went.
To the Holy Land some years ago, and was able to go to Gaza with the previous parish priest, and you know how significant it is, how important it is in any situation of conflict like that to know that the world has not forgotten you, to know that people are praying for you, that people are praying for peace. And clearly those phone calls that Pope Francis insisted on making right up until
even
the previous weekend.
From the hospital, when he was in the hospital, when he could, he would call Padre Romanelli and just ask them what they'd had for dinner.
Smoke. We have smoke.
We do have smoke.
Do we have
coming
smoke?
Out of that chimney, but it's definitely black.
Definitely black smoke. It's 21 hours. It's 9 o'clock in the evening here in Rome. And that is,
They took their time with
it. They took their time. They had a good think. They listened to a meditation by the papal preacher, which probably took time as well. Definitely black smoke there, I would say.
And I wonder what the reaction is to in the square below, to the crowds who are seeing that and knowing that there has been no decision, no successful outcome on this occasion. And now we have a shot of the square. I can see some cell phones flashing away there, whether they'll be able to capture that black smoke billowing in the wind there out of the chimney and away across the rooftop of the Sistine Chapel and the rest of the Vatican museums. I'm not sure, but that's certainly black smoke.
I wonder if we have some sound from the square there. Do we have squares? No, we don't. They tell us we don't. But we can see. Here we are.
Well,
the noise
they've
of the
made sure
crowd.
of it at least. That's good. They've
wow.
got a good bit of it. Yes, a good crowd in the square.
And you can see, of course, those giant screens set up so that even if you can't actually see from where you're standing,
which it looks difficult to see from
it
now.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And in fact, I remember that from past
And as you
years.
were saying, it's dark.
At nighttime, yes, it becomes difficult.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that is again. I never fail to be moved by the sight of our most beautiful city, the Bernini Colonnade, St. Peter's illuminated, that night sky. It could have rained today, but it didn't, which was also a blessing for many.
Good weather for the rest of the week. So.
There you are.
And you can see if you're watching on the television screen, it is now completely dark in Rome. The lights are on, the new illumination of the dome of St. Peter's. And the crowd, I think, is very relieved to see smoke and very definite black smoke. I think there is no question from the very beginning.
But I want to say thanks to Joseph Tulloch for joining us there. He disappeared out of the studio.
Thanks again to Joseph for relaying his experiences. And thanks to our team in studio.
I can see people making their way
people are moving
swiftly out of the square. definitely past dinner time here in Rome. But
and I'll tell you, it's going to be tough to find a restaurant anywhere near St. Peter's this evening.
Yes.
But do keep following us here on Vatican Media, Vatican News.
We'll start tomorrow again at 10:30. Is that right? Rome time?
You are a guest tomorrow morning again,
yes.
and with Christopher Wells here in studio. So yes, 10:30 Rome time tomorrow morning for another marathon
and
commentary.
We'll have Devin as well tomorrow in the anchor spot.
Yes.
He joined us with some great contributions from the square. So thanks to Devin.
Yes.
And especially to our guests, Philippa Hitchin and Don Prudlow, for providing so much information and insight and your memories and reflections from the various pontificates.
And being
thank
so
you
game
much.
for such a long and live, wonderful. And thank you to Francesca Merlo for being our great producer. And I can see out there Kelsey Gassi, who is also working away behind the scenes, and Mario Scatton. Thank you, all of you. Chiudiamo. We can, they're signaling us from the...
we are, in fact, going to finish up our broadcast now with the main event has occurred, as it were. So, again, thanks to all those who participated in the evenings. Thanks to especially to our head of the English section, Linda Bordoni, who has done so much hard work to make all of this possible.
And thank you, Christopher.
And as we do close up our broadcast, I would like to thank all of our broadcast partners as well, including EWTN TV, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World Television Network USA, Atmadarshan TV, Catholic TV, Mata TV India, and UCTV, Uganda Catholic Television. Also our radio partners, Luminous Radio and Radio Katipunan in the Philippines. Thanks to all of you. Please join us again tomorrow. Laudetur Jesus Christus.